Welcome in, everybody. Happy draft day to all Eagles fans, wherever you're watching. We are doing a draft watch party celebrating the NFL draft, celebrating everything Howie Roseman. It is officially Howie Roseman season here in about 9 minutes. The draft is 9 minutes away. Joining us, Mark Henry at Mark Henry NFL. Make sure you check out on Fox Sports Gambler his amazing show every Saturday. What's going on, man?
This is my favorite day of the apps of the year. I can't wait to get down into it. The Eagles pick last, thankfully, because of a little thing they call the Super Bowl. So as you see with David's shirt there, but I can't wait. Hopefully, I won't be too mad if we trade back, depending on the trade. But hopefully, Howie doesn't pull the rug out from under us and gives us something fun to react to tonight.
Also joining us, David at PHL Eagle News. What's up, David?
I echo everything Mark just said. Outside of the Super Bowl Sunday, this is the best day of the year for all of us who sit around and waste countless hours of our lives doing all this draft stuff. This is the culmination of all of it, man. So I am looking forward to it. I can't wait. I think there'll be some surprises. I do think there'll be a lot of trade, so I'm interested to see this unfold.
Yep. We're going to be sitting with you guys, talking with you guys. We've got our draft guide. We've got graphics, highlight reels,
Beer.
Eagles draft trivia. We've got a drinking game going down. We'll get into that in a little bit. Also joining us, Ryan Reese at Philly Sports PSA. What's up, Ryan?
Not much. We finally made it. It was a whole year. This is absolutely one of the best days of the year, especially the football calendar for sure.
Yep. And then eating his dinner, Shane Haff at Shane Haff NFL. What's up, Shane?
What's up, Dibes? Coming in hot from baseball practice. Didn't have time to shower, stuffing my face while we're on the show. But don't worry, folks. I'll become more professional as the night goes along. Dibes is going to be less professional at 10 o'clock tonight. I'll be more professional by then.
Yeah, just a little bit. Guys, if you're watching us live, of course, be sure to comment with us throughout this thing. It's going to be a lot of fun. Again, after every single draft selection, we'll be doing Eagles draft trivia. I've got a wheel spinner. Actually, I'll share my screen now so everyone can see it. It'll be you versus the content creator. Whoever gets the question correct first will get the point, and I will be keeping track of the points. Those are all the questions, and they're really hard. So be prepared. Put on your big boy pants. What else we got? Drinking game. We are going, because we all want Walter Nolan. We all want Derek Harmon. We all want Malachi Starks, at pick number 32, moving up, moving back, whatever. After every single offensive player selection, we are all doing, a selective one. Some of us will be doing 2 shots of beer through this thing. So if you're watching us and you want to join, feel free to join. It's going to be a lot of fun. Let's go to some comments. They are rolling in. We've got Philly Sports Go Boom in the house. Let's freaking go. We've got my man Eagles Eric in the house. What's up, Eric? Thanks for joining. Davey says the best thing about draft day is we don't have to listen to any more Dives mock drafts for another 10 months. I will have a mock draft out there in probably just a few days. I'm not lying.
A few hours.
Have one done.
Ryan and I might be doing a mock draft for day 2 tomorrow. Just saying. Rufus, man, this is the best night of football. Amen. This is Christmas for all of us draft sickos. What's up, Krabby? Thanks for joining. My man Coyle is in the house. Coyle, long time friend here. Walter Nolan, all or nothing. BR, I'm right there with you. If they have to move up, with a 3rd-round pick, so be it. Tex says, which offensive lineman are we drafting at 32? Yeah, I do not want an offensive lineman.
Rutledge.
Ugh, I wouldn't even like that.
Josh Connerly, Donovan Jackson. There's a lot of Gray Zabel. I am all out on the offensive line. I want defensive line in this thing. Chris Coyle, make sure you join us for our drinking game. Again, we are taking 2 shots every single time an offensive player gets taken. We want those defensive players to fall here for the Birds at 32. I don't know what is going on.
Sorry, I'm trying to fix something with the layout. Just keep talking.
Okay. Rufus says, I want a mock draft from Dives tomorrow for rounds 2 through 7.
Done.
I think we're doing
Done.
that. Yeah, we'll do that sometime. I'm off work. I've also got a show with Anthony DeBona coming out, talking like best available tomorrow as well. So be on the lookout for that. BDQ. Yeah, we are all in the house. William Bucher says, go Birds. Krabby says, oh, they're all – I love when our chat just like has side conversations with each other.
Right.
Happy Walter Nolan Day to all who celebrate, and new long snapper coming. All right, let's get into this thing. There is our draft guide. We have players ranked all the way past through 100. We've got Mark's player comps on the right. We've got RAS scores. And Shane, can you just detail the average and consensus and what that means?
Yeah, the average is the average of where the 5 of us have people ranked. The consensus comes off of like consensus big boards online. So there's some guys like, for example, the consensus big board has Will Johnson at 12, and us 5 are higher on him. Our average is 3.8. So when you're looking at those, we can sort by who we have as the best available, or kind of like the consensus draft community.
Awesome. And if you have the link, it's out on Twitter. Go check it out. So we'll be talking about best player available with this thing as well. I'll also be doing quarterly reports of my favorite prospects in the 2026 draft. I've got graphics and scouting reports on that. I'll just be doing some like quick segments on that. So I've got 10 offensive players and I've got 10 defensive players. And if you watched us during the Birds of the Round Table on Tuesday, I think the general consensus was this is a weak draft. The bread and butter of this draft, I think personally, is day 2. Outside of the first several, it is a crapshoot. There's not a lot of separation between the guys like 10 through 60. It is scheme specific, pick your poison kind of draft. And that's what makes this night fun. I think my thing that I'm looking forward to the most are the surprises, the Jackson Darts, the Jalen Milrose, the Shador Sanders. Where do they fall? Do teams trade up and get them? Are we going to see reaches that are even on our top 100, like a Mozzie Smith, or guys that are going to surprise us? I'll throw it to you, Shane. This is it, man. We've only got a minute. Real quick, what's a home run draft for the Eagles?
Home run draft for the Eagles. It's Walter Nolan, Derek Harmon, one of those guys at 32. I would love an Xavier Watts, Malachi Starks. Either one of those are kind of the 4 guys I've got my eye on. If they want to trade up a little bit, I would love Colston Loveland as well. And I don't think there's any chance they'd take Jahad Campbell, but man, that'd be a lot of fun.
Yeah. William says Will Johnson would be a great pickup if he falls. That would be a terrific secondary, to say the least. We got DSYM Quen in the house saying finally able to watch Shane live. We've got Tech giving us Pistons updates.
Come on, Q.
Our resident Tobias Harris fan. All right. What about you, Ryan? What's your home run draft for the Birds?
Not grabbing an offensive lineman. I think the Nolan or Harmon. I think Starks. I think James Pierce Jr. One of a couple of more edge players. Any of the linebackers for me, even though I think that's not a chance. And any of the 2 top tight ends, but again, don't think that has a chance. Basically, it's just I don't want an offensive lineman.
All right, what about you, David?
I guess if I had to identify 4 players, Derek Harmon, defensive tackle, was one of them. If they go cornerback, I'd love to see him draft Will Johnson. That would require probably a pretty big move up, but I love him. If they stand pat or just move up just a little bit, Trey Amos. And if for whatever reason, I might be alone on the panel with this, but Michael Williams, if he fell, I would love to see Michael Williams in an Eagles uniform. And standing pat for the number 5, probably be Malachi Starks. But I just don't know that, the value is there for Howie to pull off such a, move there at 32. More than likely he'd trade back to a quarterback needy team and pick up some other assets.
Yeah.
No
All
Michael
this-
Williams slander on this show. Let's go.
Oh, well, we will for sure. Don't worry about that. That's the thing about this show. We're gonna keep it real with you guys. We're gonna talk positives, talk negatives. What about you, Mark? What's a home run draft?
Everyone said the names, but my dream 4, the Fantastic 4, Dibes, would be Will Johnson, James Pierce, Derek Harmon, and Walter Nolan. Those would be the big 4 for me that I would go nuts for and start fist pumping like we did when we got Cooper DeJean or some of the other names over the last couple of years, Jalen Carter, AJ Brown, whoever you want to say, over the last couple of years, some of the big moments we've had on stream. But the group after that would be like, okay, I'm pumped. Like, I'm happy about this, but not like going crazy. Like Xavier Watts, Malachi Starks, Nick Manwarie, Benjamin Morrison, kind of like those DBs in that next tier, maybe Maxwell Hairston as well, in that group, kind of like a DB group. But the dream 4 were those 4 big ones. And Will Johnson, I think his over-under is like 26.5. So he's falling on these boards. There's some injury stuff with him. I think if you got a chance to get a guy like him, cornerback might not be the biggest need, but man, he's a stud.
Yeah. For me, it's simple. Derek Harmon, Walter Nolan. Let's wrap it up and head to round 2. That would be a solid. If they have to move up, with a 3rd round pick, so be it. I'm already.
Will Johnson's your number 1 guy.
Will Johnson. I have no idea why he's slipping in the recent mocks. I don't understand it. He's my number 1 corner. He's my number 1 player overall in this draft. I think he's got the highest floor. I think he's a superstar. This is a draft with a lot of high floors. And outside of Abdul Carter and Travis Hunter, what are we doing here? The commissioner just came out on a bicycle.
Wow, really?
We have officially started here.
Dibes might have to do like a beer bong or a shotgun if we get Will Johnson. If we get his number 1 overall guy at 32.
Dude, Q and Will, oh my God, that would be the best secondary in Eagles history.
And Will Johnson was my number 1 overall guy until literally last week when I changed it to Ashton Genty when I switched it around. But 1 through 6 for me has no sense.
They're all coming out on bikes.
That Lil Wayne? Why?
Is that Lil Wayne?
It was Lil Wayne. He's a Packers fan. I knew that.
Oh my God.
But they're doing the whole thing where they ride the bikes from the practice facility and training camp, yada yada yada. Like,
he'll say it looks packed.
Yeah. That's my bucket list. I've never been to Green Bay.
And
I would love to see
this
that.
year.
Yeah.
You notice Roger Goodell had to ride the bike out since it's in Green Bay that nobody was allowed to push him.
All right.
How realistic is Harmon? I think his over-under was in the mid-20s. I forget exactly where. It might be a slight trade up. My thing on Nolan is there's a lot of rumors that Cincy's like in love with him. So there might be a floor for Nolan at 17. So I've kind of stopped. And I feel like in general, he's risen up boards. If you look at some of the mock draft simulators and even like Daniel Jeremiah, I think he rose up from 1.0 to his last one. I feel like Nolan's kind of drifted out of our range. It feels like now we felt that way with guys like Quinyon in the past, and then they end up falling. So maybe Nolan falls, and it surprises me. I think it's a lot more likely Harmon is there than Nolan, but I like Harmon a little more than Nolan, slightly more.
Yep. Who's on the clock says Crow. The Tennessee Titans are going to make Cam Ward their selection, no doubt. That's been the worst kept secret there is. Should we do plugs or should we save them?
We can save them.
We'll save them for later.
Follow us on Twitter.
All right. We are waiting for the commission to open up the NFL draft and get the Tennessee Titans on the clock. This is one of my favorite parts of the evening.
Cam Ward, who is on our draft board, our draft guide, which we'll be using a lot and bringing up on the screen. Shane's already flashed it up there, and we've talked about it for anyone who's joining. But all 5 of our rankings are on there. You can sort through whoever you want. Right now, we have it sorted through the average of our 5. Cam Ward is our number 21 overall guy going first here. Now, the reason for that is nobody really has him close to 21. There are a couple people in here that have him pretty high in David and Shane. Shane has him 8. David has him 10. And then we have we have Dibes, I, and Ryan, who are eerily similar. Ryan at 37, me at 38, and Dibes at 40. So we kind of are split here where we have 3 of us who are kind of looking at this pick like, man, I get you need a quarterback, but is this really how you want to go with the first pick? But I bet Shane and David are, if you have a quarterback ranked in the top 10, you have a team needing a quarterback. I'll throw it to you guys first, kind of. How do you guys feel about this pick before me, Dibes, and Ryan kind of crap on the guy who everybody is about to celebrate here?
I mean, for me, you look at Cam Ward and you see arm talent and improv skills. And it feels like that's what everybody wants in today's NFL. He's able to extend the pocket. He's slippery. He dramatically reduced his pressure to sack rate this season, which was a big concern for him coming into 2024. Can throw from multiple arm slots. He's got the velocity to unlock every part of the field. And so he's toolsy. He can make throws that other guys wouldn't even try. And to be fair, he also tries some throws that nobody ever should. And that's kind of the negative with him that I'm sure you guys will hammer home is he puts the football in harm's way far too often. And a lot of times it feels like he fails to check his homework post snap and he just throws to predetermined reads. So a lot of that, you see the struggles for him really in the red zone. He only completed 39% of his passes in the red zone this season. And so I look at Cam Ward as a guy that there's the athleticism, there's the arm talent. So the tools are there. There's a lot of processing things that we need to work through. And I just think that's more easily coachable. You can take a guy like Ward and you can clean that up versus taking the elite processor that doesn't have the arm. You just can't really coach that. So I see a pathway where Cam Ward is a plus level starter in the NFL. I don't see a pathway where he's a top 4 or 5 quarterback, but I see a pathway where he's a top 12 quarterback. I don't know how likely that is, but in a draft like this, if you need a quarterback, I don't have a problem with you taking him at 1. However, I must say, if some of the rumored trades that were being offered to them a while back of like 3 first-round picks to move back to 7 or whatever it was, if that was remotely true, they're insane.
Yeah.
David, any thoughts?
I feel the same as Shane. His escapability and his arm are 2 things that you can't really coach. He has a lot of the same concerns, to just put an Eagles angle on it, that a lot of people had with Jalen Hurts as far as processing and things like that go. And I think, where he ends up in Tennessee and who they surround him with and the type of offense that they're going to run, if they cater to him, he can be successful. I think a lot of it's going to come down to the scheme fits with him and the coaching that he'll have to undergo to just, learn the game a little bit more. But I think the skills are there. The talent is there. It's just a matter of he can catch up, mentally with the game.
And by the way, I don't think we're going to have a lot of this tonight in general, where we have guys with wide ranges on our rankings. It's just one of those drafts, like, outside of the top 6 or 7. And even that, I think some of us probably have some disagreements on. I know I have one that's uncommon in James Pierce. But I really think that there's, a ton of variance from 8 to 31 and then 32 to 52 or whatever you want to set those numbers at personally for your own rankings. But it's going to be interesting and fun to go through it and look back on in years. But Cam Ward, to me, I just don't see the elite trait that I guess is going to carry him to be an above average quarterback. Like, I think there's a pathway to him being average, I guess. And I have a comp that is kind of weird for him. It doesn't really fit. I haven't found a comp for every player that I love this year. I feel like that I have in years past. Cam Ward is kind of a mix of Sam Darnold and Jameis. It's a weird mix there. But I don't with Jameis. He's not quite Jameis because I don't think he has the insane arm that Jameis has and had. Like Jameis has a historic arm in my opinion. But he's and Shane mentioned putting the ball in harm's way. He's not Jameis. Like he's. I'm not saying that he's Jameis Winston or anything. So Sam Darnold is a little bit interesting of a comparison for me. A guy who went really high, a guy who the draft community fell in love with. But I don't know what Sam Darnold's elite trait was, and he actually turned it over a good bit and had some decision making kind of concerns, and still went third. So. I don't love the Jordan Love comp. Everybody throws that out there. I think Jordan Love's a little bit more athletic, a little bit more of a bigger arm. I think there's a little bit more upside with Love than I think with Ward. If you're in on Ward, I think you're looking at Jordan Love. I think you're even looking at a name, it's like Voldemort for Harry Potter. You're not allowed to say it, but like Texans Deshaun Watson. Like I think you're probably thinking about those names, but I don't see that elite kind of trait, some of the elite traits I saw from Deshaun, some of the elite traits I saw from Love. And maybe you could argue you didn't see it that much from Love as a prospect and you only saw it once he was in the NFL, but that's kind of my thought on it.
Yeah. We did this Tuesday. Like, would you draft Cam Ward over Caleb Williams? No. Would you draft Jaden over Jaden Daniels? No. Drake May? No. Bryce Young? Maybe.
No. At the time. I think it's hard to do now.
Yeah. But looking back at your evaluation then.
Yeah, I think I definitely would have taken Bryson Stroud and Richardson.
Yeah, Richardson, CJ Stroud, Michael Penix. Would he be in the same tier of a Michael Penix?
I would have taken Penix.
You would have taken Penix?
I think I said this on radio last week, but I slotted in Shador and Ward because I have them basically even for me. I slotted in Shador and Ward right behind Penix, but in front of JJ and Nix from last year.
How about Spencer Rattler?
I was out on Rattler. I wasn't a Rattler. I wasn't a Rattler guy.
Rufus says, I know it sounds crazy, but I think Sanders will be the second quarterback drafted. That's what we need. That's why we're having these drinking games. Again, we're taking a shot every time an offensive player gets drafted. Hopefully it's a fun night for Ryan, David, and I.
We have to create some sort of celebration if the Giants take Jackson Dart third overall. Or even if they trade back into the first round.
I would die.
Either way, we should sell a party.
The pick is officially in.
Yeah.
Yes.
I wonder who it is.
Yeah, I wonder.
Imagine they were like, actually, we're going with we're going with.
Oh, do we have the little draft? I bet we don't have the little draft. The pick is in sound, do we?
No.
Did we,
Wow.
we got rid of it?
We got to find it
Because we
Gotta
switched the
find it. Yeah, we gotta
StreamYards.
get that.
I will find it.
If there is nothing more than I want this year.
Imagine they were just like, we're taking Kenneth Grant, defensive tackle from Michigan. And it's like, oh.
That's what I'm hoping for.
Browns are trading the second pick. Officially. Adam Schefter.
They said they wanted
to the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Genti?
No, it's Travis.
They're going Travis?
Jags are moving up for Travis.
Yeah, wow.
They got the Browns first the Jags first next year. Wow. The Browns got 5, 36. Well, I guess they swapped fourths. They got 5 and they gave a 6, but who cares about a 6? They got 5, 36 and the 2026 first.
Wow.
To move back from 2. That's an incredible trade for Cleveland.
What was it? 5, 36 and a first next year?
From Jacksonville, who is not guaranteed to be.
Is that Kevin Costner doing that?
Yeah. I hate that for Jacksonville.
And I want David goddamn Putney.
Because I feel like it.
Say it with me. You get Bo. All right. Philadelphia is not on the clock. That trade checks. So we'll first. By the way, first shot is in the books. Cam Ward is the selection. Cheers.
You are literally doing a shot, or just like a beer.
It's a double shot.
But it's a beer. Okay.
Oh yeah, it's definitely beer.
I like literally you took it out of a shot glass. I was a little concerned for your health by 14.
There we go. I got it.
We're back, baby. We are so back.
Let's go.
That honestly feels like an insane trade for Jacksonville. Like, what is Jacksonville thinking?
I don't know.
That's horrible. I'd rather I think Genty would be better for them than Travis. I'll say it. Like I would have rather them stuck at 5 and taken Genty than giving up your first next year, your second this year. The Jags have a ton of needs, and I get that the answer to that, I guess, is that Travis Hunter fills 2 of those needs.
Yeah.
So that's the argument. But you still need a D tackle. You still need a tight end. You still need an O lineman. You still need a safety. You still need a running back. Like. Those were the 5 biggest needs. I actually had receiver and corner listed as need 6 and need 7. But I hate this for Jacksonville. Yeah. I love it for Cleveland. And I don't know what Cleveland's move here is at 5 now because they've been so connected to Travis for the last couple of weeks that it felt like if anyone was going to move, it might be New York. That's crazy.
I mean, I think any time, especially with how weak this class is comparative to what we all think next year's class is going to be, getting an extra first, especially an early first, which is most likely it's going to be again, to have that ammo to move up to get, potentially Arch Manning, to, get a much better quarterback. Cleveland definitely set themselves up here. In one of their first smart moves in probably over 2 decades.
2 chances at teams sucking. You have your own chance at your own team sucking, which is going to happen.
Right.
And then the Jags might suck as well. They do it all the time. So
they do it all the time.
So it was 1 or
2.
it
was pick 2. 36, we're just talking about it. Like, there's not a big difference between pick 36 and pick 15 in this draft. Like, I get that it's a second rounder, but that's a high second rounder.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
To move up for a non-quarterback, I think Shane and I always talk about this. It's so hard to justify. And I will, maybe me and Shane were wrong that the Texans were crazy to trade up for Will Anderson. He's turned out to be an incredible player. But you gave up a lot to get there, and the Texans, I could tell you how many holes they have on their roster when we get to that pick with team needs. They're definitely not ready to compete at the highest level, even though that was a great pick. And part of it's because of what they gave up to get up there. And it's just hard to give up those assets for something that's not a quarterback, especially when I think you were set up to get a really good player at 5 anyway.
Yeah. Yeah. This is just dumb.
Yeah,
it's got to be for Travis, but there's no way it's for Abdul.
I would rather take Abdul than Travis. Just saying, that's my take.
It's not a big need for the Jags.
They're
pretty good up in terms of with Josh Hines Allen and
So here it is on the officially on it's the Jags received the 2nd overall, a 4th rounder, and a 6th rounder this year. Browns received the 5th overall. This year, a 2nd and a 4th, and next year's 1st.
It's all about the 1st next year. I mean, that's what it should. That should have been the whole deal. Like, why did you have to give up a 2nd? Also, like, I would have said if that tweet was tweeted out where it said the Jags move up from 5 to 2, and they gave up next year's 1st, and that's all it gave up, I would have been like, pretty good from Cleveland. But they also got a 2nd and swapped 4ths and moved up in the 4th. Like, it seems crazy to me.
All right, it's time for Spin That Wheel, baby. This is our first NFL draft question. Mark, let's go to you.
Let's do it.
Go.
I'm
All
terrible.
right, you're going to get a question, and it'll be up. If you get it before the audience does, you get the dub. And
the pick is in, by the way.
Yep. All right, let's do this quick.
I haven't gotten the tweet
First
yet.
trivia question of the evening. From which college did the Eagles draft Shelton Gibson in 2017?
I don't have that one.
Can you phone a friend?
I'll phone a friend. Is that Oklahoma? Is that why Shane's answering?
No, it wasn't Oklahoma. Is
Okay.
this allowed?
Yeah.
No, I don't. It's got to be between Mark and.
Well, give me a
fan.
0.
Okay, fine.
I don't know it.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's for West Virginia or West
Yeah.
Virginia.
It was
I
West
was going to
Virginia.
guess Arkansas, so I didn't have it.
All right. Mark is 0-1.
Bad job by me.
Yeah, I couldn't remember if it was Vatech or West Virginia.
All right. There's that.
But I'm sure David would have freaked out. So that's why I went with West Virginia.
Do your little pick some.
I guarantee Tony Khan was involved in this somehow. That absolute loser.
Oh, jeez.
There's no other wrestling fans on the stream, right? Am I the only wrestling guy here?
Yeah, I don't.
I have enough friends that are wrestling fans that I kind of by osmosis learn things. But I'm
a WWE guy. Tony Khan, the Jags owner's son, runs the other company, AEW, the competing wrestling company that's on TNT. And he books it for the nerds in their mom's basement and not for real life human people. So I'm an anti-AEW, anti-Tony Khan guy. CM Punk forever. That's all I'll say about that. But he was giving big hugs and handshakes in the Jags war room. I guarantee he's involved in this somehow. The same guy who fumbled Cody Rhodes and CM Punk to the WWE.
Do you think they're going to spin this as if they got 2 first-round talents, the first-round wide receiver and a first-round corner?
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, of course.
And the pick is in. It looks official.
It like based on the trade calculators that they overpaid by the equivalent of like the number 8 overall pick.
Oh my god! What if it was or Shane? Take out everything but just 5 and next year's first.
Okay.
Take out the second. Take out the 4th swap. Even if you want to leave in the 6th that they gave up or got or whatever it is.
I can't because it looks like the calculator already switched the picks now, so it
Do you
shows
think,
the Jags having.
You think Andrew Berry paid attention to what Howie Roseman did working with him? Yeah.
So
It's insane, man.
Travis Hunter.
Yeah, that you just can't you absolutely can't trade that for a quarterback. And honestly, that's a big overpay for a quarterback.
Yeah.
But you're trading it for a guy that I really like, but he can't play both ways. It's just not going to work at the NFL. So I really dislike that for the Jags.
Even if it does, there's probably not a long shelf life for it. And
Right.
I still don't know if I would give up all those assets for that, having known it would work. Like you're giving up a first. You're not the Eagles. You're not the Chiefs. You're not the Bills. Like you have the 5th pick for a reason. Like you have a lot of holes on that roster.
yeah, it's Travis.
It is Travis Hunter.
Yeah.
Ryan, are we counting that as offense or defense, or should we just drink anyway?
Well, listen. You know me. I have counted him as a corner this whole way through, but I'm still drinking, baby.
Cheers, everyone.
All right, so that puts the Giants up on the clock. It feels like there's been a ton of smoke around Abdul Carter to the Giants.
Right.
What do you guys think about that? Because, like, for me,
Redundant.
he's a good player. He's a really good player. But it's literally the only position group that they're good at. Like, they have Dexter Lawrence. They have Brian Burns. They have Kevon Thibodeau. So, to go pick Abdul Carter, it just, like David said, I mean, I'm all for, like, making a strength a bigger strength. But when the entire rest of your roster is a weakness, I don't know, man. I don't know if I would be happy if they take him or not.
I would not be happy. I think he's a terrific player. He was so dominant in the second half of the year. But I mean, what's your thoughts on those Kayvon Thibodeau rumors?
That he's kind of similar personality-wise, you're saying?
That, and there's some,
Some dad stuff.
some rumors that he could be coming to Philadelphia.
Oh, the Kayvon could be.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, that's the only way I could talk myself into the water. trading Goddard to the Giants. But I actually think Kayvon's the type of guy who I would like bet on in his next stop away from New York. But I also think he's become a little underrated. Like them drafting an edge when you have Brian Burns and whatever you want to say about Kayvon, he's very much at least an average starter, I'd say. So I love Abdul Carter. He's my number 3 overall player, very much tied basically for number 1 overall. I kind of agree with Shane. Like you're the Giants, you have holes all over your roster. The only position group you feel good about is rushing the passer and stopping the run, really. So it does feel like, Travis would have made a lot more sense for them, or whoever you want to throw out there. I don't think Genty makes sense for them, but I actually think Travis probably would have been the fit that made the most sense for them.
And the Jags announced him as a wide receiver and a cornerback. So, yeah, we had to drink.
They're definitely gonna, using this boat.
God, that does that concern you at all? That his attitude towards that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hate it.
It's
I kind
not.
of love it.
It's not. It's not going to happen.
That's like somebody coming into your whatever business you are, who's coming fresh out of college. You don't know a thing about them, and coming in there and demanding, this, that, and the other, when they haven't spent a day in the job.
It's kind of better than if he would have like dropped it on people after the fact, though. Like the fact that he's kind of setting it up.
I agree on that.
Them.
But yeah,
I kind of love it. This is interesting. At least at the very least, it's like a football experiment. Like I'm interested to watch it. I just killed the trade for however long. But if you are going to take him this high, you have to do it. Like you can't just play him on one side of the ball because it can't possibly justify that is the assets you traded to move up.
And maybe that's why Cleveland was willing to trade, especially when they got a haul.
Cleveland. There's no questions about Cleveland. I mean, they murdered it.
It's a slam dunk.
Yeah,
they just committed robbery on national television.
The Giants have made their pick.
Yep, the pick is in. We'll wait to do the chime for a little bit.
What are we all thinking here, Abdul? Yeah,
it's definitely Abdul.
Definitely.
They're being slow. The Twitter. They're not.
It is Giants. So could they do something?
Jordan Schultz has it this year. He's
here.
Miss Chris.
Are all 5 of us? Oh, my bad.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Are all 5 of us followed by Jordan Schultz on Twitter? Are we one of the 110,000 people that he followed?
Yes.
It's very funny. There's certain people like that, like John Bautista. Like there's certain people who just follow everybody.
Yeah.
So. All right. Picks officially in. The Giants select Abdul Carter, edge rusher out of Penn State. So as expected, Carter comes off the board here. I think he's a really good player. I just don't know about that fit, but
I think it's probably the pick I would have made if I was New York. But man, it's what a bad year to have the 3rd pick with the needs they have. Like it's just. But I'll give them credit for not just doing the quarterback thing and making the dumb pick and picking who they thought the best. If we're gonna be honest, Shane. We both agree that they're strengthening a strength on a team with a ton of weaknesses, and there's problems there. They are probably at a point in their rebuild where nothing matters, and you just take whoever you think the best player available is, I guess. But I don't know.
This makes it what the Browns just got for pick 2, and then the Giants having to take Abdul Carter, strengthening a strength, just makes that Drew Lock 300-yard, 4-touchdown game to win a meaningless Week 17 game against the Colts, 45-33, so much funnier. Because that game not only cost them pick 2, like it cost them the ability to trade down to 5, which they would have loved to do. So,
I go to some comments real quick.
Yeah, so thankful for Drew Lock.
Miss Chris says, "I hate the Giants." Ryan says, "We already saw Barkley not do good with no O-line. We saw it all too often with quarterbacks' careers being ruined with no O-line. William thinks he'll be an Eagle after his contract, just a rental for the Giants. Fit for Trey's asked, would you like Jahad Campbell? Any thoughts on that, guys?
I would love Jihad Campbell.
Yes,
I
please.
have him 33, so I'm like, I'd be fine, but I wouldn't be pumped.
I think he's a fascinating prospect for Vic Fangio. He's a guy that can play on the line of scrimmage as an edge. He's a guy that can drop back in coverage. He reminds me a lot of Zach Bond, and having two of those guys to rotate would be absolutely fascinating. With his Jihad Campbell's athleticism. On the other end, I would be sad that it's official that we're moving on, probably from Nakobe Dean, and then maybe that injury is extremely serious. I'm a Nakobe guy, so.
Travis Hunter said that the Jags have had no contact with him since the combine.
That's awesome.
That's crazy.
even better.
Imagine you're Travis Hunter and you're like thinking you're Brown for like weeks, and I mean, I guess you're not going to like.
I'd
LA
be
or anything. You're
I'd be
going
pretty
back.
happy if I got drafted by the Jags instead of the Browns.
I'll tell you what, Jacksonville's not the nicest area I've had to travel to for work. If I'm being honest, not that Cleveland is.
Oh, I was just meant more where they are as franchises. but-
Yeah. I meant like, thank God it doesn't have to. When I initially said it, I was thinking, thank God I don't have to go to Cleveland.
My,
Then I was like, Jacksonville.
I have a friend here
Like
that lives in Florida. I have a friend here that lives in Florida, and he's like, nobody goes to Jacksonville.
Oh yeah.
Airport, bottom, my worst airport. I could do a whole podcast ranking airports. Jacksonville, my least favorite airport.
Yeah, it's in
real quick, some comments, and then we got to do 2 trivia questions.
Yeah, we
David,
do.
any thoughts on John Campbell?
Me, I like him. Yeah, I don't remember where I ranked him, but I kind of feel like it would be a little redundant because he kind of does everything Zach Bond does. And I feel like Nakobe probably is going to come back. But yeah, I do like him a lot. I kind of echo what Mark said. I wouldn't be pumped per se, but he's a good player. I mean, you couldn't argue with it.
Yeah. I love the Giants. They always lose to the Eagles, and they give us their best players. And then Ryan says, I could see the Eagles trading up for Walter Nolan. Wouldn't shock me. They need DT more than edge. I totally agree. Pick us in already?
Dive's not gonna. Dive's gonna
Let's
love
get
this
to that
one.
question.
All right. Is it time for the chime or not?
Yeah,
It is.
Time it. Jordan
Go
Schultz.
for it.
The New England Patriots have selected LSU offensive tackle Will Campbell.
Yeah, that was not a surprise whatsoever.
No, but
We saw that coming for a long time. For the sake of time, let's get into some trivia questions because I want to get this in, and then we'll talk a little Will Campbell. Ryan, you are on the clock here with this question.
All right, here we go.
This is your question, man. All right, your question is: what unusual fact did analysts note about Devontae Smith at the 2021 NFL Combine?
What?
I'll make it multiple choice if you don't know it off the top of your head.
Yeah, I don't. That could be freaking anything.
All right. A, he refused to be weighed. B, he wore a suit and tie to interviews. C, he listed toes as a special skill. Or D, he requested Chick-fil-A during his 40-yard dash.
Dude, I have no idea. I'm gonna go Chick-fil-A.
That's your final answer?
Sure.
That is incorrect. I'll wait for the comments to chime in to see if they get it correct.
I think I know this one.
I'll wait for the comments. We have BR says toes. That is incorrect as well. I'll give it 10 more seconds.
There's only 2 options left.
I'll give it 10 more seconds. William says C. He listed toes. No, that's incorrect. He refused to be weighed. That was
Okay.
the correct answer. He refused to get
I guess that's
weighed. All right. David, you're on the clock here. Good luck, sir. This is your question. I told you they're going to be tough. Your question. What 7th-round Eagles pick in 2011 was a USC fullback? I think Ryan knows. What 7th-round Eagles pick in 2011 was a USC fullback?
2011.
If you want multiple choice, I've got you.
You can't give multiple choice. That's too easy.
I gave you multiple choice.
Yeah, but do you know four fullbacks?
I think you could make up players. Nobody knows fullbacks.
No.
The only
David
fullback.
knows who's been on the Eagles.
What 7th round Eagles pick in 2011 was a USC fullback? Text says Devontae. He weighed 170 pounds.
I remember Owen Schmidt was on that team.
I'll give you the initials. The initials were.
Wait, can I say it?
That's up to David.
Yeah, go ahead. If you know it, go ahead. I'll
Is
take
it
the zero.
SH?
It is SH.
Oh,
is.
shit. Stanley something.
Hey, keep going.
You got it, man. You're on it.
Stanley
right there.
Havel, whatever is that?
Yeah.
Close enough.
Yes, Stanley Havili. Stanley Havili.
There you
So
go.
far, we are 0 for 3.
Hey, why couldn't you have given me that one?
All right.
Me and Ryan got half a point there.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to Will Campbell, because we are really all over the place on Will Campbell. Anybody want to take this one?
Yeah, sure. So the whole question mark with Will Campbell is he going to play tackle or guard in the NFL? And obviously, if you're taking him at 4, you think he's going to play tackle. Really good athlete, 9.9 relative athletic score. He was 6'5" and 7/8, 319 pounds, which is a little smaller for a tackle, but not prohibitively so. 32.5-inch arms. He reminds me a lot just how you're going to look at him like Peter Skoronski, who was the tackle, but was he probably going to kick into guard? Like, I think Will Campbell could stick at tackle, and you're obviously going to try to let him stick at tackle if you're taking him at 4 overall. But I think he's going to be best playing at guard. Really smooth, very polished for the position. He can generate displacement in the run game, held in high regard for his leadership, but some of his biggest struggles come against wide 9 rushers. He oversets and opens himself up to inside counters, and he's got shorter arms. And so that's why a lot of people think he's going to end up as a guard. It's why he's a risky pick. If he's not able to stick at tackle, you have a guy that will probably be a really, really good guard, but taking that top 5 is a reach. So it's all about whether Campbell can stick at tackle or not. I'm very confident he's going to be a good football player. I just don't know if he can stick on the outside.
Anybody else have any other thoughts on Will Campbell? I'm again, it's not a negative. I just think he's best working in a phone booth on the interior, but he's never played on the interior like a lot of these other guys that project inside. Any other thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not as low on him as you are. I have him 9th overall, David's 8th, Shane 10th, Ryan 13th. So I'm kind of consensus with the rest of them. I think he's like a fringe top 10 guy in this class. So taking him at 4 with a lot of the top 6, top 7 guys who I think are ahead above some of those guys, I don't love the pick at all. And the pick is also in for the number 5 pick.
Man,
Has to be
by the way,
Hold on. We got breaking news.
What?
Breaking news from Brandon Lee Gouton. The Eagles did not trade A.J. Brown for the 4th overall pick. So, there you go. We can put that stupid rumor to bed.
Oh, thank God. I'm sure we'll be talking about the same thing next year as well. All right.
Is
Will
it a
Campbell-
defensive tackle? Do we know the player? It's got to be.
By the way, here we go.
The pick is in. The Cleveland Browns have selected defensive tackle Mason Graham from Michigan.
Mason Graham to the Cleveland Browns. Anybody want to talk a little bit about Mason Graham?
I'm the lowest on Graham, so I'll go out of the way before you guys. I'm pretty sure you guys are all relatively pretty high on him. So I have him 15 overall. To me, he's one of the safest bets in the draft. He's going to be a good pro. He's going to be a starter, going to be a run stuffer. I don't think he has kind of the pass rush chops to be an all-pro or to be a top 5 kind of guy at his position, at his upside down the line. And if I'm going to take a D tackle in the top 5, I'm going to want a guy who I think can be that Jalen Carter, take over a game, leader of the defense type. He's got 9 sacks in 3 years. Short arms, not a freak athlete at the position. Like, I think he's going to be a really good player. I just don't look at him as this elite guy that it seems like mostly everybody else does.
Yeah, he's one of the safer picks of this draft. Extremely high floor, really fun tape. Had some big moments, clutch moments, as you see there. Arguably one of the biggest play in Michigan history. It was massive. Any other thoughts on Mason Graham?
I
I
agree
mean-
with what Mark said too. His pass rush is still developing. It is a little limited, but I think that speaks more to this class in general. That somebody like that is ranked where they are.
What 100%?
Will Campbell is tearing up, man. He is tearing up. I don't know if you're watching.
I have
It's a
not
good
watched
point from
any.
good point from David. It is a fair point there. It does say about the class. Maybe I'm kind of trying to over prioritize finding guys who I think have that upside over that Mason Graham safety. So maybe I'm kind of wrong having him down there at 15. So I totally understand why you guys have them up there on their board. I'm just a little lower on the ceiling.
What did I have
Yeah, he
Will
he
Campbell
was
at on the big board? I would love to know.
46.
46.
Damn.
Yeah, Mason
46.
Graham was my number 2 player, so I like Mason Graham a lot. I also think it's gonna be really fun for the Browns having him next to Myles Garrett. Like that's gonna be a lot of fun for them.
That helps.
Yeah, and it's gonna help give him a lot of one-on-ones. He's a violent run defender that has really good sense. It's like he knows what's gonna happen before it happens. Really good understanding of leverage. He's got a quick first step. He's still developing tools as a pass rusher, and his lack of elite length hurts him there. But he still was third among defensive tackles in the draft in pass rush win rate. He was first in run stop win rate. I just think he's a pretty complete player. He doesn't, I don't think he has a Jalen Carter ceiling, but I think he is a very complete player. And especially if you look at it for Cleveland, to get what they got and move back and then get a guy that I think will be a force next to Myles Garrett. I think it'll help their defensive front out a lot.
All right, let's get to a comment here. They would been better off taking Abdul Carter to pair with Miles. I agree. That's what we did during our Birds of the Round Table mock. Let's get to a trivia question real quick. Try and keep up. This draft is flying, by the way. Feels like it's going pretty fast.
Yeah.
All right. Shane, I think.
Yep.
Let's do it. Good luck, sir.
I've
You're
known
0 for
2 out
3.
of the 3. It's guaranteed I won't know this one.
Pick is in also. It's moving.
What bizarre challenge did 2023 pick Tyler Steen face in high school?
That's way too vague. I have no idea.
Yeah, right?
Speed running Mario. I don't know. Give me multiple choice.
The cinnamon challenge?
What bizarre challenge did 2023 pick Tyler Steen face in high school? A, he was also in the marching band. B, he played on a team with 0 wins in 3 years. C, he broke a backboard during a pep rally dunk contest. Or D, he played 4 positions in 1 game.
I'm gonna go with D. Played
That's your
4.
final guess?
Yes.
D was he played 4 positions in 1 game. That's incorrect. If you're watching on the audience, your options are he played in the marching band, he played on a team with 0 wins in 3 years, and C, broke a backboard during a pep rally dunk contest.
Backboard.
We have Q saying 4 positions. Coyle says didn't win a game. Miss Chris says D. Shane just said D. I think. Dinstein used to play the D line. The correct answer, BR, is correct. He played in the marching band. Tyler Steen played the tuba.
How is that a challenge, though?
All right. Do you want to hit the chime?
Yes. Pick. The Las Vegas Raiders select running back Ashton Gent, Boise State. So there's an empty landing spot. That's my son's favorite player. He plays the college football game against me, and he always picks Boise State. always makes me play on that terrible blue turf and only hands the ball off to Ashton Genty or throws passes to Ashton Genty. So I'm going to have to talk him out of being a Raiders fan now. That's the last thing he told me tonight. You got to let me know where Ashton Genty goes. But Mark, you moved him up to number 1 on your board, I believe, before this started. So why don't you take your number 1 overall guy?
Yeah, I mean, I think this guy is just generational. I think he is. We throw around that word too often, and I pushed back when Bijan was being tabbed as a generational guy because of guys like Genty, and what he did last year is unbelievable. But if you combine his 2022 and 2023 stats, it kind of looks pretty similar to his 2024 stats, like except a lot more catches. Instead of 24 catches this year in 2024, he had 61 catches combined in 2022 and 2023. So I actually am pretty bullish on him as a receiver at the next level too. I think he's going to be that type of, top 5 fantasy pick who can catch you 50 to 70 balls at the next level and be the focal point of an offense. I think he's going to immediately be the entire focal point of the Vegas offense, with Geno at quarterback, can kind of game manage it. And Pete Carroll is going to lean on Genty heavily. And whether or not it's a long-term smart decision, that is to be seen, how long the window is for Genty. But I think he's going to immediately level them up, immediately make them competitive, which I think is what the Raiders are trying to do. Obviously, they're rebuilding, but they went out and they hired Pete Carroll. Obviously, Pete Carroll, with his age, probably not there for 10 years from now. Probably there to make them competitive, make them respectable, new ownership group right now. And what does that better than anything is someone that I think the minute he steps into the league, I think he's a top 5 running back. I think Genty, this isn't a fantasy show, but I think Genty in Vegas is going to be like the 3rd pick, 4th pick in fantasy football next year, after Jamar, after Saquon, maybe Powers. Like, he's going to be up there for the top pick as a rookie, which is very rare. I think Genty's truly special.
For someone who has the number 1 pick in a fantasy football dynasty league.
Oh, yeah.
Slam dunk, Ashton Genty. Slam dunk.
Absolutely.
Yep. Any other thoughts before we? But we're getting some Colston Loveland talking here. That's not official, right? I can't imagine.
No. So somebody just asked what position he played, and then people were answering.
Good. Okay. All right. Let's do a quick trivia question. I think we are back to Mark. Is that correct?
We might be.
Yeah. We are back to Mark. Good luck, sir. Your question is Ashton Genty's awesome. And did you see that video where he dunked?
Unbelievable.
Fantastic. All right, Mark. What Philly legend move did Jalen Hurts pull the night he was drafted?
What, did he get a cheesesteak somewhere? I knew he had the eBay shirt on. That's what I remember.
All right. These are hard. That's why I have multiple choice for these. A, he ordered 50 cheesesteaks.
Yes,
B,
A. That was my guess. I'll go with that.
Are you sure?
Yeah, it was my guess already. I know it's the way you're saying. Are you sure it's wrong? But that's fine. I'm willing to be wrong. That was cheesesteaks was my guess anyway.
That is incorrect. I'll go through the rest. B, he quoted Rocky during his interview. C, he wore a midnight green suit. Or D, he practiced at a local high school the next morning.
B, Rocky.
It's got to be D, because there's no way he actually has ever seen a movie, period. So it's got to be D.
Shane saying D. Coyle saying wearing an Iverson shirt. That wasn't even...
No, it's the Rocky thing. The comment about the ran up the steps thing is right. He did make that comment that he wouldn't run up the Rocky steps unless they won. So he's aware of Rocky culturally, Shane, at least.
I'm not even going to say that one.
Somebody told him about it, but he's never watched it.
The answer is D. Practice at a local high school the next morning. Is that Jalen Hurts?
You don't know my quarterback thinking he watched a movie. Listen to you guys. He was on a flight to the practice facility before he hung up the phone.
The Jets pick is in.
Oh, not who I thought. I like it, but
did we get our first surprise?
No, not a huge surprise. I just thought Tyler Warren made a lot of sense to the Jets. Jets select Armand Membu.
All right. Cheers, fellas.
Armand Mimbu off the board. I have way too many tabs open to try to update this sheet. Where'd it go?
Armand Membo, he's terrific, man. Shows incredible leg power and quickness. One of the top run blockers in the class. Great length, twitched up athlete. Mark, this was your guy, right? I'm pretty sure you were extremely high on Membo, or no?
He was my number 1 O lineman. I had him 8th. David actually has him 3rd, and Ryan has him 4th. Shane has him 7th. But he was my number 1 O lineman. Membu is, to me, I'm pretty bullish on him to stick outside at tackle. So I like this pick. Jets have a ton of needs. I think I would have rather them taken a look at Tyler Warren here if I was the Jets, but Membu's a good pick as well. I only have him 1 spot below Warren. I'll throw it to David. David is the highest here on Membu.
Yeah,
Real
I
quick.
loved him. Go ahead.
Real quick before you get into Mimbu, Joe Shane said that they are exercising Kevon Thibodeau's 5th-year option, so they are not going to be moving on from him prior to this season. But go ahead, David.
Yeah, Membo, he was a Feldman freak. I mean, he is just has a lot of athletic traits. He really good body control. He really strikes you when he first gets your hit. I mean, there's really nothing bad about his game. He's got quick feet, high motor. He seems like he has advanced, football IQ with what's going to happen with him. He was my favorite OT probably the last 4 months after I watched all of them. Every time you see him, he's just a nasty finisher. He just absolutely mauls anybody in his way. He was actually a favorite of mine for the Eagles. And when this whole process started, he was like around 50th. And then you just kept seeing him go 40th, 30th, 20th, and then he's all the way down to 7th. But I think it's a great pick for the Jets. You got to build. I think a lot of teams are starting to understand the way that the Eagles have been doing it. You got to build through the trenches. It's probably the best way. You're never going to get that caliber of player if you're not drafting that high in the near future.
Yeah. All right. Let's get to.
We're ahead of the TV because we're breaking the picks as they come out on Twitter. It's a catch-22. If we did it with the TV, we'd have all the comments saying what the picks were anyway from Twitter, and you would see it that way. So let's not piss on your leg and tell you it's raining. I think it's fair to just give out the picks when we see them.
Did Armand require us to drink? Did we miss that?
I already did mine. Sorry. All right. Ryan, you're up, man. Good luck, sir. Your question, not one person has gotten a correct answer yet. Your question is, what did Jordan Mailata sing for his draft day media call?
These are crazy questions,
man.
These are insane
questions. Are these?
It should be like, where did they pick?
I thought I was going to get who was the 5th round pick in 2020? Like, not these ridiculous things.
My girl.
What did Jordan?
Give me some choices.
Jordan Mailata. Hold on. I just got past it by accident. 1 second.
He was on The Masked Singer too. He did really good on there.
All right, your options are.
Okay.
Your options are: A, Fly Eagles Fly.
No.
B, Ain't No Sunshine. C, Bohemian Rhapsody.
Definitely not.
Or D, Eye of the Tiger. What did Jordan Mailata
What was
say?
the second one?
Ain't No Sunshine.
Yeah, that sounds like something he'd sing. So I'm going with that.
That is correct.
Let's
All
go.
right, well done, sir. He sung
Thank you.
Ain't No Sunshine.
On the board, baby.
Nobody got that. I'm crushing these draft questions. Love it.
Yeah, that's one way to look at it.
Crushing us.
Yeah, or we're just gonna stop caring after 27 of them.
A quick look at our best available: Will Johnson, Tyler Warren should be guys who should be off the board very soon. Ted McMillan, Walter Nolan, Jalen Walker, Malachi Starks, and Colston Loveland.
What team's on the clock now? Who's 8?
8 is
Carolina.
A lot of rumors with Carolina that they love Jalen Walker, that they like Ted McMillan. They like, I think it was Michael Williams. I think those are the 3 names that I've heard a lot.
I think they're going to trade back.
That was also a big thing as well. Apparently, their director of analytics was on the PFF draft shows for years.
Yeah.
And Mike Renner used to always, he tweeted it out that he used to always give credit to every team that traded down and plug it into his calculator, and the trade down team would always win. So they were speculating he might even trade down for not a lot. It might not have to take a lot to get him to move down because whatever chart he believes in it favors trading down.
Trading down is almost always the right analytical move.
Yeah.
Unless it's for a quarterback.
Where was offensive tackle in my need for the Jets? Second biggest need. I had tight end as the biggest need and tackle second. So that's a good pick for the Jets. If you're going to take an O-lineman, he was the right one to take. Good for the Jets. Shane, are you a full-on Jets guy this year with Justin Fields in New York?
I mean, I hope he does well, but I do think...
like in comparison to all the other teams that needed quarterback, and you went with Rodgers or Cousins or drafting one of these guys, I did think Fields was like the most fun option.
Yeah, I would rather have Fields than Rodgers or Cousins
for sure.
I'm a big fan of Olu Fashanu and Armand Membo for the Jets going forward. That's pretty sexy.
I like that.
And Elijah at AVT. That's nice.
I think Tippmann starts there as well. I think he's been pretty good.
You guys used to make fun of me for my Joe Tippmann love.
I think he starts there. I could be wrong.
I don't know.
So if you're the Panthers here and you can't trade back, who's your pick? Throw it around the board here. David, who would you take?
I think they would take Jalen Walker.
All right, Ryan.
Yeah, I think Jalen Walker would be where I'd go.
I would take Tet, but I think it's going to be Jalen Walker.
What about you, Dibes?
God.
Dibes.
I'm thinking.
Oh, okay.
Give me a second. I'll go.
Here, I'll jump in front of you. I'd take Will Johnson. And I'm surprised none of you said that because I'm lower on him than you guys.
Let's go crazy. I'm going to say Michael Williams.
Corner wasn't a big need for them for me. It was really edge and receiver are the 2 biggest needs. And the pick is in. And it's the pick I said they should make, actually. Not the pick I thought they would. Ted McMillan goes 8 to Carolina. He's become a pretty polarizing guy. I think we're actually higher on him than consensus here. Tom McShay said that there's some teams out there that didn't have him as a top 50 player. There's some questions on if he loves football or not. There's obviously when you have tall contested catch guys, people will inevitably bring up the Jay Jaws of the world and other guys who have failed. This is a guy who in 2022 as a freshman had 39 catches for 702 yards. Like he was 18-yard per catch guy that year. He's a big play guy. He's not just this guy who can go up and get it and then falls down. There's some Mike Evans comparisons and as like the ceiling. And I don't even think that's right because I think he's better after the catch than he's given credit for. I think he's going to be kind of a rich man's Drake London. Drake London is the comp, but I think he's even shiftier and an even bigger play guy than London is. So, and London's probably a top 15, top 20 receiver at this point. So I've become pretty bullish on Ted. I know he's polarizing. I hope he likes football. Apparently he's a bigger fan of volleyball. But Ted, stud on the field. What I can see, I love it.
Did you see the thing that somebody tweeted it earlier today? I can't remember who now, talking about how NFL teams used to take players off their board for medical concerns or character concerns, and now they've added a third category of doesn't love football, and that a lot of teams have done that because you're getting a lot of these guys coming out with NIL money so far, and they don't want it the same way that past. Not to make it a whole old man yells at clouds about kids these days thing, but that's how the tweet came across. I thought that was interesting.
I feel like when I said the stat there, I don't know if I conveyed my point. He had two much better years in 2023 and 2024, where he had 1,400 yards and the yards per catch was 15 and a half, kind of more normal for X receiver stuff. But I just wanted to point out that I don't think he's like a contested catch merchant, because that first year, he was pretty much like their go route guy and like they're pretty much their big play, go make a 40+ yard play happen guy. So that was what I meant. It was weird to just quote his first year, which are his worst stats. So I wanted to clean that up.
And he's got a huge catch radius, just a massive wide catch radius. So he should help Bryce out quite a bit.
And his quarterback, sorry, Dibes. His quarterback played pretty well in 2023 and fed him the ball well in 2024, but he really regressed from 2023 to 2024. Fafita. So pretty bad quarterback play that Tet had to deal with this year. And instead of Luther Burden, who went out and had 600 yards, Tet still went out and posted 1,400 yards, but with pretty rough quarterback play.
I couldn't agree more. Like, there's some stuff out there that he needs to be more consistent from a week-to-week basis. But I fully agree with Mark. Like, that team was utter disappointment, and I feel like he could have had a lot more yards had there been better quarterback play. And I think, go ahead, Rob.
I thought you were going to trivia. No, continue.
I am. Yeah, I'm going to go to the next trivia question. I have no idea who's up next.
One last thing on the Tet thing. Their head coach who got hired this year is a bumbling idiot. Jed Fish left there after 2023. They had a lot of momentum. I think they finished with 10 wins. I think they finished in the top 10 to 15. They might have even made the playoff if that was the thing the year before. I'd have to go back and check that. But then Jed Fish left for Washington, and they hired some guy I forget where he came from, Bennett. But he was really, really disappointing as a head coach. And I think it's like there might even be some development to be had there with Tet. Maybe he didn't get the best coaching outside of that 1 year with Fish.
Yep.
Per Twitter, Mike, this is the most Mike Vrabel thing ever. Mike Vrabel ran the workout with Will Campbell and wore a blocking pad over his chest. In a drill to execute a drive block, sources said that Campbell hit Vrabel square in the chest and knocked Vrabel back onto his derriere. Vrabel loved it and had a big smile on his face as he gathered himself and got up.
Bill Simmons talked about this the other day, that he put the full pads on for Will Campbell and said, "I love the way that guy bangs."
Who says derriere anymore? Really? All right, let's go to our next trivia question. David, you are up, man.
Derriere.
All right.
Derriere.
Derriere.
Yeah. All right, David, your question, sir. In 2015, Chip Kelly traded up to draft who he claimed was his guy all along. Who was that guy?
In 2015?
2015. Traded up for his guy all along. 2015. What's his name?
Nelson Aguilar.
Nelson Aguilar is correct, man. Well done, sir. You're on the board.
Welcome, David.
There's a lot of USC questions that we're getting.
That's fair. That's fair. Unexpected.
By the way,
Marcus Smith.
I didn't mention this, but I never make draft bets because I'm really bad at it. I always let what I think influence what should happen or what's going to happen, whatever. The one that I made, because I truly believe in it, Omarion Hampton, under 20.5. I think if he's there at 20 for Denver, I think they're going to take him. And I think he's even in play at 12 for Dallas, potentially as well. And there's a couple other spots.
Yeah. Please, Dallas.
Please, Dallas.
The Saints pick is in.
There's a couple other spots. I think Omarion Hampton under 20.5. I believe in it.
What are the Saints going to do here?
Oh, I hate that. I hate that. The New Orleans Saints have selected Texas offensive tackle Kelvin Banks Jr.
Ew.
That's gross.
Oh, that's gross.
Let's go, fellas. Let's go.
Wow.
Great
we
for the
have
Eagles.
Kelvin Banks 35th overall on our
That is
consensus
disgusting.
board. Shane has him 17th. David
I'm the
has him
highest
20
on him, and I have him 17th.
David has him 21st. Ryan has him 29th. I have him 43rd. You'd think I'd be the lowest on him. Dives has him at 71st.
Well, Jesus, Dives.
I think he's an interior offensive lineman, day 2. That nothing about him blows me away compared
Struggled
to
against Georgia.
Oh my gosh, he got killed against Georgia and Ohio State. So really bad tape there, but great athlete, needs a lot of polish. He's going to be a guard. I never bought the hype. Just like Will Campbell, big name, just never saw the production on tape.
No, he's not just like Will Campbell. Will Campbell is a much better player than
I
Kelvin
agree.
Banks.
Yeah, I think Will Campbell is a good bit better. Than
I'm bullish on Will Campbell.
Well, even still, you have Campbell like 35 spots higher than Banks, or 25. Bad math by me, but yeah.
This is exactly what we need, Eagles fans. This is what we need. We need guys like Kellen Banks, Josh Connerly. Keep
Josh
the
Simmons for you. We're higher
Josh
on
Simmons.
than
Keep
you,
the
but-
offensive line guys coming hard. I'm
Pause,
done. I'm done for the night.
as the kids would say.
All right.
And it's a shame I didn't bet the other one that I liked, because the other bet that I liked was Kelvin Banks over 8.5. It was his, and I was like, 8.5. Who's taking Kelvin Banks in the top 8? There was some rumors that Vegas was going to take him if Genty was gone. And I mean, they were close. He went 9, so they were only off by a half point. Really wish I would have bet that. I talked myself out of it because of the Raiders buzz.
Yeah. Williams says, why not trade back? Nooms thinks Will Johnson is coming. Are his arms long enough? I don't believe so. Banks is better than Campbell. I don't think it's that crazy. I don't think it's that crazy, personally. How far would Sanders fall? I don't think he's a first-round pick. We got to hope. Let's hope he goes.
Wait, you don't think he'll go in the first?
I hope he does.
I think he will.
All right.
I think he goes 21.
Shane, you're up, man. Let's get this done.
No, I'm up. No, wait.
No, Shane, you already got one right, Ryan.
Yeah, but it was my turn next, though.
No, it's
I went after
Mark,
David.
Ryan, David, Shane.
I think it is. I was last.
Yeah, you're up. You're up here. Which Eagles player famously said during his draft call, "I'm ready to rock out with my beak out"?
Do I lose points if I ask for multiple choice?
No, not at all.
Okay, I need multiple choice.
Yeah, I'm ready to rock out with my beak out. Is it A, Jordan Davis? Is it B, Nolan Smith? Is it C, Lane Johnson? Or D, Milton Williams?
Ooh, I think I know.
I'm ready
Milton
to rock
Williams.
out with my beak out.
Milton Williams.
That is correct. Well done, sir. Shane, you are on the board.
Let's go. It sounded like a defensive player thing to say.
All right. I don't like this selection by Kellen Moore at all. So, not a fan. Sorry, Kellen. You had.
Believe me, it's not Kellen Moore. It's owner GM who also isn't it still is that still the GM there?
He's gone offensive lineman 3 of the last 4 drafts in the first round.
Trevor Penning?
Mickey
No,
Loomis.
that's Trevor Penning? I'm pretty sure it was Trevor
Loomis
Penning.
also the owner? Am I wrong here?
I don't know, but I remember them drafting Trevor Penning in a trade. Something on those.
Yeah, Mickey. He was the Saints and Pelicans GM at the same time. Mickey Loomis. One of the most bizarre things of all time.
He's still the GM, isn't he?
He's the GM for the Saints, not the Pelicans anymore.
Yeah.
They were like, wait, we have to take basketball seriously.
All right. Who does that? That puts the Bears on the clock.
And the
So
pick is in. You're
And
not gonna like it, Shane.
I'm not gonna.
For the Eagles, you'll like it for the Bears. The Bears have selected tight end, not Tyler Warren, but Colston Loveland from Michigan.
What?
Wow.
Colston Loveland over Tyler Warren.
Bears. What are you gonna do?
I think it's generally, I don't think it's a terrible pick. It's just, I actually think it's a good pick. It's just hard to justify with Warren on the board.
Yeah. I really like Colston Loveland, but I mean, Tyler Warren's right there.
Or at least trade back.
Yeah. I don't
know if that was possible. I think there was a lot of people who really liked Colston.
Yeah. I mean, I do really like Colston Loveland. I think he's got really good ball skills. He's kind of an accuracy or in a racer. Wow. He's an inaccurate, whatever. He can catch passes that aren't on target. I don't know what's going on right now. He's run a lot of different routes from a lot of different alignments. Like he's taken a lot of snaps in the slot. He can be in line. You can use him a lot of different ways. And he's got some limitations as a blocker that he's going to need to work on. Not the best in contested catch situations, could bulk up a little bit. I think he's a really good player. I think you can use him in line a lot more easily than you can Tyler Warren. And so maybe that's what they're looking for. I do think Tyler Warren's a little more of a flex him around, use him different ways type of guy than Colston Loveland is. And so maybe that's what they're looking for. So if I wanted a guy, like I'm just going to be a team that lines my tight end up in line. I don't want to put him in the slot and do a lot of those things, which maybe makes sense with their receiver personnel. I can see it. So Colston Loveland to the Bears is interesting. It's not where I thought they would go, but I don't hate that pick.
All right. If the Colts pass on Tyler Warren, shit's going to get real, guys. It's going to get real. This is going to get very intense.
There's no way. They can't.
There's no way, right?
Pick number 11 is in.
Oh,
let's go. By the way, Ryan, David, shots.
The Niners are breaking my heart.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
It's not Walter Nolan.
With the number 11 pick, the 49ers select Mykel Williams. And Mark and I are really excited.
What a loser. No, I'm joking.
I was like 2 picks off. I was like 2 picks off.
I'm not a Mykel Williams guy. I don't know. I know David is. Are we all? Is he on an island? No. Dives has him 13. Ryan has him 15. Me and Shane are actually on the minority here in terms of opinion. So he kind of falls into the Shamar Stewart like theoretical football player thing to me. I just didn't see enough on tape to fall in love with. But there's obvious traits. I get it.
David, what do you like about Mykel Williams?
It's what Mark just said. It's just the traits. If you wanted to see good film on him, you'd have to look at 2023. He was injured and played hurt most of 2024. He's very explosive off the snap. He's got a large repertoire of pass rush, especially for a guy 20 years old. He sets the edge pretty well. He gets off his blocks easily. He has a toolbox full of skills. He's the kind of player that you could build your defense around if you get lucky. I mean, he's a blue chip talent in my opinion. And I'm just more disappointed that the Niners are following the Eagles framework of drafting Georgia defenders because that just sucks.
Yeah, I feel like he was unfairly criticized. I do agree he's very raw, but I think he's a very good run defender. I think he's got a lot of pass rush upside, a lot of bend, a lot of athleticism. And for some reason, he was another guy like Walter Nolan that was mocked all over the place for, top 10 to out of the first round. I mean, we had an entire mock where he was sitting there and we didn't really jump on it at number 32, if you remember correctly.
It's true.
Rabbi says feels early for Williams. I had 13. I think he's a mold of clay. And it's going to be really important for whoever drafts him or,
watch out for Josh Simmons here to Dallas. Apparently,
God, I would love it. I would absolutely
Dallas really likes Simmons, which I actually think would be the pick I would make.
I'm honestly just happy that Dallas didn't move up for Ashton Genty.
Yeah, they didn't get Tet. They didn't get Tet either.
Off.
I love Tet too. So if they would have got Tet, I would have been upset. Genty. I will say I wouldn't be shocked if they went Omarion Hampton, and I actually don't think it would be a terrible pick either. They really need a weapon. The CeeDee Lamb is the only weapon there in that offense that any defense is game planning for whatsoever. So Hampton's a little bit of a reach. They really should trade down, honestly. But Simmons would be a good pick. Hampton would be a good pick. Outside of that, nothing excites me. They might take Golden. I think
I think it's Golden. I would go Golden in
Yeah,
here.
I could see them doing that.
I think that'd be a reach, personally. There's just
I think
not.
I like Golden. I think he's very solid.
They could be a Kenneth Grant team too.
To me,
I mean, I would
that's a reach too.
Oh, it would be, but I could see it.
Why take Mozzie Smith again? No,
Tyler
he's
Warren?
better than Mozzie Smith, but
Yeah, what about Tyler Warren, right?
is it Tyler Warren?
I don't know. I'm saying, what about Tyler Warren?
Oh, I thought someone said Tyler Warren. Oh, my heart.
I would
dropped.
hate that. 'Cause I like that kid.
Yeah. I think that would be the worst possible scenario for us. Think about tight ends; they're pretty okay at tight end with Ferguson.
I
don't know if he's the type of guy you
Yeah.
don't trade for someone else for. I think I would say Simmons, Hampton, Golden, and Warren are the four that I would keep an eye out for.
All right, Mark, you're on the clock here for trivia. Good luck, sir.
By the way, I can't believe the Bears took a tight end. They have Kmet, Notre Dame legend.
Yeah.
It's a shame.
Nice. All right, Mark, your question is, which of these players was not selected in the 2011 draft class by the Birds?
And that's it. No multiple choice. Go.
OJ Simpson.
All right, is it A, Casey Matthews, B, Jaquan Jarrett, C, Danny Watkins, or D, Jordan Hicks?
I feel like Jordan Hicks is later. I'm going to say Jordan Hicks.
He was 2015.
That is correct. Well
That
done,
was the-
man.
that was the
well
chip draft.
done, Mark. You are on the board.
I felt like that would have been early.
Definitely got skipped.
The Jordan Hicks
Ryan, you
pick.
can take all my turn.
That was Mark's third question. I've only
Brian, you're 1-1, man.
wait.
The Jordan Hicks pick was the one that saved.
I don't know.
The Jordan Hicks pick is what saved the Nelson Aguilar pick for me because I didn't like the Aguilar pick, but I love Jordan Hicks.
What
Looks
does
like the
that-
NFL said they're coming out with their schedule on May 14th.
I was gonna say, I was just about to say that, but nobody let me chime in.
Amanda, there's
What
no
an, what an
way-
asshole Schefter to report that right now. Sorry for cursing.
Well, they came up. They always announce it at the draft at some point. But yeah,
What a
Wednesday-
what a
it's on
ridiculous
Wednesday,
tweet to
so-
send right now. I guess that's the point, that everybody has the notifications on, so you see it.
Holy cow.
But come on,
Is that there?
get real. Be serious.
Where are we at?
This is
Cowboys.
see, it's funny. It's funny how it comes in hot and heavy so fast sometimes, and then now it's like it feels like the Cowboys have been on the clock for 15
Hour.
minutes.
Yeah, I like the way this draft is rolling. It's been
I feel like I'm not gonna like whatever this is.
So I'm already getting texts, by the way, from Penn State friends. When do we start freaking out about Warren still being?
I was just about to say that. Like, what's
said
your
it's
like
Indy.
threshold?
If he passes Indy,
Yeah,
if he passes Indy at 14, you
which
start-
he won't. He won't pass.
There's no way.
Yeah,
I mean, he's a blue
imagine
chip
he would.
guy for me.
I
all the
said, I said on radio, outside of quarterback, there might be no bigger need in like the sport than Colts tight end. Like, it's just so obvious. It's such an obvious need. They have such a gap there. They have quarterbacks who would like to lean on tight end. Like, it's so obvious.
Yeah, I said Colston Loveland's floor was at 14 to the Colts, but I thought that would be the second tight end taken.
Yeah, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if the Chargers traded up for Warren too, because there was all that talk about them loving Loveland. Clearly, they've tried on having a tight end for size, so Warren could make sense there as well.
But Coyle says Shador Sanders to Dallas.
He's
I
not
mean, is Shador a Dak Prescott clone, Mark?
No, that's disrespectful to Dak. Dak's a lot more mobile than Shador. Dak has a better arm than Shador. Dak's like a top 12 quarterback. As much as we like to make fun of him, he's a choke artist. But I do think Dak. I almost feel I've become almost like a Dak apologist to a certain degree because I think he gets unfairly maligned at times. But I was the same way with Romo growing up, weirdly enough. But I think Shador to me is a Geno clone. I think that's especially because Geno is. I think they're the same level of mobility. I think that They have both the same accuracy skill, maybe limited in terms of arm strength. I think there's a lot of Geno and Shador. What I can't figure out, and maybe Shane, it would be a good person to throw this to. What if I'm saying Geno is the what outcome? Is that a ceiling outcome? Is that a middle of the pack outcome for Shador? Is that a floor outcome? I think it's probably closer to the ceiling.
I agree. Yeah, I think like you're what you hope Shador becomes is what Geno became in Seattle.
Yeah.
That's kind of where I'm at. And he's got a long ways to go there because one of Geno's best traits is like his ability to mitigate pressure, which he did routinely in Seattle behind that awful offensive line. And that's just not something Shador does. Shador Sanders took 99 sacks in the last 2 seasons. So I said if you play like Madden franchise mode, quarterbacks have like the census pressure trait. His would be oblivious. He just takes sacks. And so, yeah, I think that's kind of your good case outcome for him is Seattle Geno, which is good quarterback, top 12 to 14 quarterback.
Just out of curiosity here with Warren, it's crazy this pick isn't in. Dallas probably doesn't take him at 12. Miami probably doesn't take him at 13. Indy looks at him at 14. Atlanta probably looks at him at 15. Would be hilarious if Atlanta just took another skill position player. Right. Like they are just addicted to not taking an offensive lineman or any type of defensive player at all high in the draft. I respect it at this point. But after that, of course, it just went away, so I can't just read off the screen anymore. After that, you have the Bengals at 17. They just paid Gesicki. I think they're probably not doing that. You have the Cardinals at 16 with McBride. They're probably not picking him. Then you get to like 18 with Seattle. They're probably interested.
Yeah. No.
Just wild love them.
Honestly, 18 to 22, all those teams are probably interested in Warren. Seattle, Tampa, Denver, Pittsburgh, the Chargers, they all probably are interested. Maybe not Pittsburgh. You have Freiermuth. Again, I don't know if Freiermuth is the type of guy that prevents you from drafting a Warren type, but that's probably the floor, is that 18 to 22 range.
Yeah, I'd be shocked if they got by Denver.
I agree with that. It's bad for my Marion Hampton bet because I'm relying on him going 20 to Denver, but there's still nothing here on Dallas. This is crazy how long this is taking.
Yeah,
trading.
The last pick the last pick broke early.
12 minutes ago.
Yeah, 12 minutes ago, and it's what, a 10-minute draft timer?
Yeah.
Are they trying to trade down?
NFL just doing the Cowboys favors, letting them run off the clock.
Jerry fell asleep. He missed the window.
What about Jalen Walker? If he starts slipping too, that's another guy.
That's not a trade up.
Got me with a good time.
Too much for me.
I love Jalen Walker.
Hey, here's a crazy fact. Lane Johnson is the only player drafted in the top 10 of the 2011, 2012, and 2013 draft classes that's currently on an NFL roster.
That's crazy. Wow. Have you seen the 2011 first round?
Yeah.
It might be fun at some point. I think there's probably about to be an avalanche of picks that come in after this Dallas one comes in. But at some point towards the end of the draft, maybe it'd be fun to pull up that 2011 draft because it is miserable. It's definitely a lot of guys who I guess 2015 I would have been a freshman in college. I was talking myself into Deion Jordan being like the future of the Eagles at one point. I was definitely talking myself into Tavon Austin. There's some fun names in there that just never came close. Chance Mormack, I remember he played with the belly out in college. Yeah. I fell for that. So did the Titans. He went like top 10 and was terrible. But
all right, the pick is in.
Drink, guys. Offense.
What?
With the number 12 pick, the Dallas Cowboys select Tyler Booker, offensive.
Yeah, let's go.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Tyler Warren.
Almost gave me a heart attack, Shane.
It's so let's go. You can't even pick the right Tyler.
Oh my God!
What are you doing?
You don't even pick the right Tyler. Oh, that's amazing. Well done, Dallas. Well done, sir.
I
We
mean,
have a
don't get
lot.
me wrong. Booker's a good interior player, but Jesus,
No, that's a reach.
that is
I
a
had
reach
him
for
42nd.
sure.
That's a flat reach.
Yeah, I mean, this is what the second time in 3 years the Cowboys have taken an offensive guard in the first round of the draft. The second year in a row, because Tyler Guyton. No. It was 2022. They took Tyler Smith and played him at guard, right?
Yeah.
So it's the second time in 4 years the Cowboys have taken an interior offensive lineman in the first round of the draft.
I think that's a bad sign for Josh Simmons because there was a lot of rumors that they really liked him. There's a lot of medical questions about Simmons out there. And apparently Dallas, there was rumors that they had been like doing all the due diligence on his medical situation. So it might be a bad sign that they still went O-line and it wasn't him.
Where did we have him consensus?
Booker. I
That
had
was in the
Booker.
20s.
I know I had Booker 41.
He was 31.2 for us. He was
But-
30 on the consensus big board.
29 overall for us it's 31.2 is the average, but if you just rank our averages, he's 29 overall for us.
Yeah,
I
it's the
legit thought he could be an option for the Eagles at like 32. Like, this is kind of surprising.
Yeah. It's the biggest reach of the draft off the consensus big board so far by far.
Wow.
No, Banks is a little bigger of a reach.
Off the consensus, not off our average.
Oh, got you.
Long live Jerry Jones, man.
That is crazy. They have 3 Tylers on their offensive line. Tyler Smith, Tyler Guyton, Tyler Booker. They're addicted to Tylers, and they couldn't get Tyler Warren. That's unbelievable.
All right. Do you mind if I steal the show for a second?
Yep.
All right. We are going to do a quick rundown of the 2026 NFL draft. We'll lead off with offense. I've got 10 offensive guys. I've got 10 defensive guys. We'll lead off with 5 offensive guys. Arch Manning, quarterback out of Texas. Jeremiah Smith, wide receiver out of Ohio State. Francis Mauigoa, out of offensive tackle out of Miami. Another Bama offensive tackle, Caden Proctor. And my man over here, his boy, Drew Aller, out of Penn State. Let's talk about Arch Manning. We all know about this guy. He's an elite arm talent. He's 19 years old. You know, the nephew of Eli and Peyton Manning, 5-star recruit, #1 overall player from the 2023 class. Played at Texas last year and looked very solid. 67% of his throws, 939 yards, 9 touchdowns, 2 picks. This is going to be a huge year for Arch Manning to show that he is the clear #1 pick in the draft. Next up, Jeremiah Smith, one of my favorite players, maybe the best Ohio State wide receiver we have ever seen. That's how good this guy is. Last year, 76 receptions, over 1,300 yards, 19 years old, 14 touchdowns. He was also unbelievable during the college football playoff run, 19 receptions for 381 yards and 5 touchdowns. Expect massive numbers from Jeremiah Smith. Next up, Francis Mauigoa. Fun fact, he has a brother named Francisco, so it's really screwing me up. He's a linebacker, Ryan. Make a mental note of this dude. But he's massive, 6'6", 315 pounds, great length, great athleticism. Really has shown, solid improvement. He's got a nice projection. He allowed just 1 sack in 2024. He was flagged for 5 penalties. Keep an eye on that guy. Next up, Caden Proctor, another beast for hold on. I think he did transfer, but he's 6'7", 300 plus pounds. He is raw. Caden Proctor is super raw and definitely a guy to watch. Former 5-star recruit, again, 370 pounds. He's going to be a big-time breakout star in 2025. 5. And then we get to Drew Aller, as we all know, great arm talent, needs to work on his decision making, especially in big moments. Has all the physical traits, has the size, the arm strength, the build, the frame, the efficiency. Had a down year last year, but I think if he has another productive 2025, that's 3 strong seasons of very competitive play at a high level. He could be a big-time first-round pick. And that's my first 5 for 2026.
Love it.
All right, where are we at, guys? I don't even know.
Miami's still on the clock. They haven't officially gotten their pick in. Those are a good. That's a good start. Love. How did you pronounce it? Mauigoa.
Mauigoa. Yep.
I'm always terrible with pronunciations, but
Okay.
yeah, he's definitely one of my top tackles. Yeah, I'm surprised you threw Drew Aller in there, but yeah, I think again, he has the potential to have a solid senior season and make himself a first rounder. That's for sure.
I really like Drew Aller. Yeah, I'll never. That last play, I just will never get out of my head. And I'm sure Drew Aller will say the same thing, throwing across the field like that. But it's all there. It's just a matter of him putting it all together, trusting in an offensive coordinator. And he's got Katron Allen back. He's got Nick Singleton back. That offense without Tyler Warren should still be very good.
Sure.
So I think is this the 4th year that we've done this live draft show? I think it is. No, it might actually be the 5th year.
Yeah, it's 5. I actually messed up on air. For some reason, I thought we were on this for 2020, but 2021 was my first.
Okay. Yeah. So out of the last 4 years, 3 of the 4 years, my biggest reach in the first round has been the Cowboys with Tyler Smith in 2022, Mozzie Smith in 2023. And if it holds tonight, Tyler Booker in 2025. So
I defended the Smith pick at the time. Actually, he was kind of like my Wyatt Milam of this year, where I was way higher on him than most and had him graded as a first rounder. He's actually been a good pick for where they picked him. Guyton was terrible last year. He was a holding and false start like merchant. I feel like that's not a word you use for a negative trait, but he was terrible as a rookie. So you nailed that one. And I think you nailed this one as well. The pick is in 13.
Real quick to answer Rufus's question about why we're hating on drafting offensive line. If he's referring to this conversation, it's just because if the guy is a stud, he's still an interior offensive lineman and you took him at pick 12. And so It's just positional value. Like, I have questions about him as a player to start with. And then when you layer over the top of that, he also just plays a not that important position, relatively speaking, to getting a tackle, an edge rusher, a cornerback, a receiver, a quarterback.
Also,
that's the issue.
And I do want to add, this isn't Peter Skoronski. A lot of these guys haven't played on the interior. A lot of these guys are pure tackles that you're projecting to go in the interior.
Real quick,
2 picks are in.
Before we do that, I just want to say, outside of our top 90, Tyler Booker is one of 2 players outside of our top 90 averaged out. He's one of 2 players who had below a 4 relative athletic score, and the other guy was Dion Walker, who they found out was doing the combine with a broken back. So Tyler Booker has some athleticism limitations.
So the 2 picks that are in, Miami has selected D tackle Kenneth Grant from Michigan. And
I hate that pick.
In no surprise, the Colts have selected
Don't say it.
Tight end
Tyler
Warren.
Great. I mean,
tight end Terrence Ferguson.
The Colts are the winners of the draft so far.
No doubt.
You came in praying for a tight end. And
I think the Browns might still be.
That's fair. Although I'm not as high on the Graham pick, but the trade is incredible.
The trade is amazing.
I have to give.
This is
I'm giving it to the
ridiculous.
Colts. You came in needing a tight end. You didn't even think you were going to get the number one guy in the class. You thought you were going to have to settle for Loveland if you were lucky enough for him to even be there. And you didn't even have to move up to go get a guy like Warren, who I have 7th in this class, and you could convince me he should be in my top 6. I think he's one of the safest players in the class. I look at him like Dallas Goedert's my comp for him. That's like I said, Geno's a ceiling comp for Shador. I don't think Dallas Goedert's a ceiling comp for Warren. It's actually like probably below the middle range of outcomes for him, if that makes sense.
Good, right?
Yeah.
You just went Monday with Eva.
And I don't love, by the way, we skipped past the 13th pick. Kenneth Grant is like a worse version of the Mason Graham thing for me. Probably safe bet to become a player that's a rotation guy in the NFL. Doesn't have enough pass rush chops for me to buy into. I had him ranked outside of my top 35. I had him 39th overall. So I was a little bit lower. High motor for sure, but I think that's a weird pick for Miami there at 13, who has desperate needs on the offensive line and in the secondary.
And at the quarterback position, but we don't have to talk
Well,
about
that's
Tua.
for another time.
Not that there's one they should take there, but yeah, Kenneth Grant, he was DT4 for me. Somebody was asking who he is. DT4 for me. He's a Jordan Davis type. I mean, he's not Jordan Davis, but he's an athletic run stuffer that's not great as a pass rusher. And you'd like to see him develop more there. So, I mean, I like Kenneth Grant. It's way too high for Kenneth Grant, especially with guys like Walter Nolan and Derek Harmon on the board.
That's like a lot of picks in a row that I have not liked for the teams that have made them.
Brandon says, where do you guys think Shador Sanders is going? I mean, he's got Steelers written all over him, right?
Feels like a Steeler, yeah.
One of my really good friends is a Steelers fan and was asking me what they're going to do in the draft. And I was like, unfortunately, I'm pretty sure they're going to take Shador Sanders at 21 and you're going to Kenny Pickett the whole thing. And in 3 years, he won't be your quarterback anymore. And you'll be right back where you started. Like that's just the most Steelers thing ever, is taking a bad quarterback that falls into the 20s.
It really feels like Pittsburgh, the thing they should do, which feels like what they've done a million times, but they kind of beefed up a little bit in the offseason, made some ads. They go get DK Metcalf. I think you go out and you draft a couple studs in the first, second, and third round, which they're generally pretty good at. And you sign Aaron Rodgers or you trade for Kirk Cousins. You bring in one of those 1-year stopgap guys, get you to next year, a better quarterback draft class, and maybe then is when you finally give up some assets to
go 500, lose wild card weekend.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's what that happens again. You could argue, is there something with Kirk Cousins if he's healthy? Is there any upside to bringing in Kirk Cousins? Rodgers, I think there's not. But I'm talking myself into that being like,
if you want to win, if you're Doc Rivers and you want to win some regular season games,
that's fair.
I would rather have Kirk Cousins than Aaron Rodgers.
Me too, because I think the Cousins thing was fully injury related last year.
All right.
And Kirk Cousins is not going to come in and try to be the GM of your franchise on a 1-year contract.
Exactly.
So Atlanta's on the clock. Do we think this is Jelon Walker?
Yeah.
It's funny because I heard they loved Michael Williams, but he's off the board. So maybe
let's run through some trivia questions. Ryan, you are on the clock, man. You got this, dude.
Yeah, sure I do.
Eagles draft trivia. Ryan versus the commenters. Good luck, commenters.
Who was the 187th pick in the 24 draft?
What jersey number was worn by Danny Watkins?
60. Wait. I should literally know this.
This is tailor-made for you.
Yeah, are you kidding me, Ryan?
I know, right?
You have his jersey hanging up.
Whoa. Do not have the jersey.
What number jersey
with
was
fireman
worn by Danny Watkins?
I'll never forget. I was on the phone with my buddy. We were into the draft. We were on the phone for like 5 picks leading into the Eagles. There was someone on the board who we really wanted. I forget who it would have been.
Either 63 or 64. I cannot.
All right.
Go
Sorry,
with your
Ryan.
first gut.
63.
Ryan, I'm sorry. That was incorrect.
What is it?
Nooms got it. It is 68.
He was 68? Are you sure about that?
Yes.
I thought he was 63.
I thought he was 63 too.
Yeah,
I have 68.
But
Hold on,
I'm gonna have to fact check you.
I'll
need
never
a fact
forget
check.
they brought on like the entire United States Army onto the stage before they announced the Danny Watkins pick. And I just remember being on the phone with my buddy, like, announce the pick! Like, tell me who they picked! As they just kept introducing more servicemen onto the stage. Thank you for your service. But then they dropped the Danny Watkins thing on me, and I was perplexed.
Yeah. David, your question is, what position did Taylor Hart play when drafted by the Eagles in 2014? Taylor Hart.
Wait, I'm
end.
supposed to be after Ryan.
Yeah,
I
this
have David, then you.
It's defensive end.
No. Okay.
Defensive end, is that your final answer?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Came out of Oregon.
That is correct. That is correct. All right. Might as well do another one. Shane, you're up, man. Good luck.
Shane
Well, I
must have
knew the
that
last
answer.
one.
Your question is.
Yeah, I was right. It was 63.
All right, I'll get you back. Who was the only offensive player drafted by the Eagles in 2023?
That would be the rocket arm himself, Mr. Tanner McKee. QB2.
Who Luke Arcaney, who I think some of you know, Luke Arcaney from Philly's Twitter, big Eagles fan, was golfing today on the hole behind Tanner McKee, who was golfing with Braden Mann. Fun fact.
Tanner McKee is correct. Well done, guys. Well done.
Said Braden Mann was an unbelievable golfer.
Man, you guys killed it that round. Well done.
Real quick question, because we talked about this because he was behind Tanner McKee. He asked if we thought Tanner McKee would be the backup this year, and I said absolutely. Like I think it's a huge advantage for the Eagles that we don't have to spend any capital on backup quarterback. I think McKee proved himself enough to be the backup for the rest of his rookie contract.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Which
Agreed.
is it's only one more year after this one, I guess. I guess it's this year and next year. But
And before the Eagles take Jalen Milroe in day 2.
Oh my God! Do not do that.
Jalen and
Do not
Jalen.
put that into this existence, Shane. Stop that. All right. Where are we at? Who's on the clock?
it's really slowing down.
The Falcons still.
I think Roger Goodell got a hold of Jordan Schultz. I think he said, "Listen here, buddy.
We got advertising to sell.
I understand that you've been starting fights with Ian Rappaport in every Starbucks across the country. So you're not going to ruin our night."
I made fun of a tweet that he put out today. He's like, I spoke to somebody in a scouting department, and he was talking about how all the anonymous hit pieces that come out on players is ridiculous or whatever. But he didn't name who said it. And so I quote tweeted it, and I was like, an anonymous quote about how anonymous quotes are bad.
Yeah.
With the thinking emoji, and somebody was like, you better watch out the next time you go into a Starbucks. I was like, I don't make Starbucks kind of money, okay? So no worries about that.
Can someone please confirm that this is fake news? There's no way WIP said Jalen Milroe will threaten Jalen Hurts' job.
No, it was dumb. It was Joe Giglio, and he was like, "Would Hurts be fine with it?" Oh, it's so dumb.
Question:
Oh
why does anyone actually listen to WIP? I mean, I don't live in the area and I don't listen to it, but everything I ever see about it is stupid things that they say. I'm like, why do people listen to it? Period.
I don't. I haven't listened to it in 15 years. Anyway, where are we at? We're with Atlanta.
Yeah, we're still waiting on Atlanta.
Holy smokes.
We are past the official 10 minutes since the last pick broke again.
I will say we're only an hour 44 in, and we're about to be halfway through. That's pretty good pacing. That's pretty good. I thought we were on this until 1 a.m. tonight.
It was like basically the Cowboys and the Falcons. Other than that, it's been pretty smooth.
So let's predict the pick. Who are the Falcons taking?
Jalen Walker.
Yeah,
I would go Jalen Walker, no doubt. Jalen Walker is special, man. He's
I'll
so.
take Mike Green.
All right, Mike Green.
Oof.
I love that the Colts took about 12 seconds to get their pick in. They didn't waste any time.
Maybe Walter Nolan. I'll say Mike Green or Walter Nolan. Yeah, well, the Colts were like, they couldn't
Yeah.
believe it. They were like, "Is this pranked? Are we on is there a hidden camera here?"
Krabby says I used to listen to Ray Diddy on Saturday mornings. I used to listen to that too, man.
I like. Hey, that was in my time slot when Ray Didinger retired. I was happy. My father-in-law would actually start listening to me.
All right, the pick is in.
I'm on radio
Yep.
11 to 1, so that was the same time.
Do it.
All right, with the 15th pick, the Atlanta Falcons take Jalen Walker, edge rusher out of Georgia.
Good
So
pick.
Walker is off the board.
Yeah, Jalen Walker. I mean, if you watch any Georgia game last year, like Texas, Anthony Hill, Jalen Walker, edge rusher, linebacker, whatever you want to call him, probably better as an edge rusher, but there's concerns there. But he was such a playmaker. He was always around the football. Anybody want to talk about Jalen Walker?
Real quick, I'll let you guys get back into the positives because I'm by far the lowest. There's obvious reasons to buy in. My issue with him is I think he's a little undersized to be an edge rusher. You guys know I like my edge rushers a little bigger. I mean, I've also missed on some guys like Nolan Smith who have been those anomalies, and this guy could very well be one of those guys. But I don't love him in coverage as a linebacker either. So he's very much that tweener for me, and I always kind of shy away from tweeners. And by the way, I'm pretty low on Raheem Morris, so I don't love Raheem Morris's ability to try to figure out Jalen Walker's fit as a tweener at the next level. So I think he's going to end up being pretty disappointing. I actually complimented Anthony Barr, who I think ended up being a little bit disappointing for his NFL career.
Yeah, Jalen Walker's got to go to the right team, the right scheme, because Mark's right. He is a tweener. I mean, he's only 6'1", 243 pounds. He doesn't have much in the way of coverage ability. And if you consider him a true edge rusher, he's basically like the Hassan Reddick profile of second percentile height weight for the position. And so maybe that hits. It hit for Hassan Reddick, but it took a while. And so, like I said, he doesn't offer much in coverage. He can take shallow drops, but he struggles to like drop and react. It's not very good. He's got a really small sample size. He only played 362 career defensive snaps before this season, but he does bring a lot of abilities as a run defender, as a QB spy, as a pass rusher at times. He's got elite athleticism, tons of burst, sideline to sideline range in pursuit, triggers downhill quickly against the run. He can stack and shed blocks, and he's got an explosive first step as a pass rusher, and he does have a lot of tools in the toolbox. It's just figuring out how you're going to stick that all together. And it's all going to come down to scheme and coaching for him and how they're going to use him, because I don't think you're just going to stick him on the edge and let him rush every down. I also don't think you're going to put him at off-ball linebacker. You've got to be able to do different things with him. And we've seen time and time again that versatility is sometimes not seen as a positive by NFL coaching staffs, because if you want to build your whole defense around one guy and his versatility, you got to have a backup plan, because if he goes down, you're back to square one. And so that's one of the problems with like the positionless player type mold. I mean, I had him 13th overall. I really like his athleticism, but it is not going to be a fit for every team. So Atlanta doesn't have much in the way of a pass rush, and they haven't for, it feels like 5 years. Hopefully he can jumpstart that for them.
Who is Ryan's LB1?
Mr. Jalon Walker.
Brandon says Walter Nolan keeps sliding. Could the Eagles trade up here? Possibly.
Yes,
Gardner Minshew and Aiden O'Connell sharing snaps this year. Will Johnson, I don't understand it. I do not. Maybe his injury history is not great. That's the only thing I got, because
You think Detroit goes corner twice 2 years in a row?
who's on the clock?
Well, now Arizona is now, but
Arizona.
I think they're going to go Amika Egbuka.
Wide receiver here, Matthew Golden.
I'm going with Amika. And to go back to Jalen Walker, I agree with everything Shane says. He does do a lot of good things, though. He is fundamentally sound and disciplined against the run, which will take you a long way at the position. And he does mirror quarterbacks very, very well. So there is a lot to like, but almost all these players are kind of scheme dependent. There aren't many this year who jump out at you and say you can just plug him into any defense or any offense. The talent level, in my opinion, is just not the same as it has been in years past. The only generational talent I really thought that was in this draft was Genty, if I'm being honest. Like 5 years from now, if you look at a guy and you say, God, he's on a Hall of Fame, trajectory, he's probably the main one who I would say has a chance.
Pick is in. We have William saying Will Johnson.
Will Johnson? Is that
I
what
don't
you
know.
said?
I don't know.
Oh,
We
I
have
thought you said it was in.
We have a William Wolf is saying.
well, it says it on the TV, but I'm sure somebody tweeted already about it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't
Who's
see it
doing
out
the
there
chime?
yet.
We doing the chime anymore or no?
Yeah,
I don't have the pick, so
I haven't seen the pick.
Anybody had the pick?
I'm not.
Nope.
I have not seen
I'm
it.
off. I'm
Uh,
off social media, so I'm not doing it.
What's his face?
Yes,
Jordan
I've
Schultz
seen,
doesn't
I've
have it
seen the
yet.
pick. I've seen the pick now.
From
The-
who?
The slide is over for defensive tackle Walter Nolan.
that makes a lot of sense.
Seriously?
Yeah.
No one's really going to announce it with the 16th pick in the first round. The Arizona Cardinals select
Walter
Yeah.
Nolan.
Walter Nolan.
Man, that sucks.
Ole Miss.
Jonathan Gannon strikes again.
It's a really
Yeah.
good pick. Really good pick.
The Colts and the Cardinals with two really good picks.
We have sad face from William. Toilet
Josh
paper
Allen's good,
YouTube
anyway.
says Walter Nolan.
So, I mean, I think a lot of our viewers are pretty familiar with Walter Nolan because he was kind of a fan favorite. But 6'3", 305 pounds, 21 and a half years old, really twitchy athlete, explosive first step as a pass rusher, has really good start-stop ability, so he's used well as a looper as well. That extends to the run game where he's got great range in the run game to go make a play on the ball. He's physical at the point of attack. He can struggle to shed at times, but he takes on blocks and anchors really well. And he throws all kinds of pass rush counter moves. Now, I guess hands are a little inconsistent. He'll let offensive linemen get into his chest, and he can get a little too upright. He doesn't read plays out as well at times. He's better, like one gapping, just penetrating. And he's still kind of learning how to put all of his physical giftings together. But he's a guy that I know we all really liked. I think it's a great pick there for the Cardinals.
And he faced double teams as often as Jalen Carter in college. I mean, he was constantly double teamed and fought through all of them.
Yeah. Yeah, this is absolutely right. Jonathan Gannon listens to the Armchair Scouts, confirmed.
We gotta stop giving them all the good ideas.
Oh, with the fans.
So, how many offensive players have been taken so far?
Oh yeah, I probably need a couple
Let's
more.
see. Ashton Genty, Tyler Warren, Tet McMillan, Armand Mimbu, Colston Loveland, Will Campbell, Cam Ward, Tyler Booker, Kelvin Banks. Nine
That's pretty-
offensive players.
Pretty even this year, 9 and 7 then.
What?
Yeah.
How many players did we go last year without a defensive
15,
player?
I think it
Or,
was.
it was the Colts at 14.
Yeah, 14, 15. It was crazy.
Yeah.
15, man.
Well, Malachi Starks is falling. Well, Johnson's falling. Who are we missing?
Derek Harmon.
Derek Harmon's
Campbell.
available. Yep.
Jahad Campbell. I would love Jahad Campbell so much. I don't think he gets in range of 32.
Listen, Listen, you guys better pray that we are not doing a draft show where the Eagles select a first-round linebacker because I am going to absolutely lose it.
I was on a draft show with you when we took Nakobe Dean, who you had a first-round grade on.
Yeah.
So I'm familiar with the phenomenon.
Right. Yeah, but this one will be special, Shane. It'll be special.
All right.
I'm here
Breaking
for it.
news: Walter Nolan. No, I'm joking. I know I'm old.
All right, Mark, you ready?
What's
Trivia.
up? Throw it at me.
We got this. Trivia, Eagles draft trivia question from Mark. Your question is,
If I don't like the question, I'm skipping it.
what wild prediction did Chris Sims make about Jalen Hurts after he was drafted? This is a multiple choice.
That he would be, working at Burger King in 3 years.
What wild prediction did Chris Sims make about Jalen Hurts after he was drafted? A, he'll never be more than a gadget quarterback. B, he's going to become a linebacker. C, the Eagles will trade him within 2 years. Or D, he'll win a Super Bowl before Mahomes.
A, gadget quarterback. Also, shout out Rob Lange in the chat. My guy, Rob.
Rob!
That is correct. Well done, Mark.
What was the answer?
What?
What was the answer?
He'll never be more than a gadget player.
Yeah.
Ryan, you're up, man. Ryan, what was Marcus Smith's college when drafted in 2014?
Oh, snap.
Marcus Smith. What college did he go to when he was drafted in 2014? Do you need multiple choice?
Yeah, please.
Did you guys?
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, Brandon. We got you, man. Louisville is correct.
Well, dang it. It was. I was honing in on it.
Sorry, Ryan. Shane.
It's okay.
No, David, you're up. David, you're
If
up.
it wasn't for the people, I would have eventually gotten it.
David, this is your question. And then
Real
we'll go
quick,
to-
did you guys talk about the Parsons clip going around?
Of him reacting to Booker and him
Yeah.
trying to make it sound like
No.
it's actually a good idea.
Bending over backwards to make it sound like he liked the pick. He looked like miserable when he heard the name, and then he was
I
like,
can't wait to watch that.
"Okay, good stuff. He's a beast." But yeah,
David, which Eagles pick famously said, Howie Roseman, I'm going to get you right on a phone call?
Man, I remember that too. It was a player?
Which Eagles, player said, Howie Roseman, I'm going to get you right
I gotta
on
watch.
a phone call? By the way, Rob, let it go, Rob. Can we just let it go? It's 2024, 2025. All done. Stop with the Jalen Rieger nonsense. Which Eagles pick famously said, Howie Roseman, I'm going to get you right on a phone call? Do you need multiple choice?
Yeah, I guess so.
Is it A, Devontae, B, Jalen Carter, C, Jordan Davis, or D, Nolan Smith?
I'm going to go Jordan Davis.
Is that your final guess?
Yep.
I'm gonna say
That
no
is-
one.
That is incorrect. That is incorrect. The remaining options are for the fans: Devontae, Jordan. Wait, what'd you say?
He said
You said-
Jordan.
Is it A, Devontae, B, Jalen Carter, or D, Nolan Smith?
Nolan Smith. Because he was talking about how he was from Florida and drafting all these Georgia guys.
With the 17th pick, the Cincinnati Bengals select Shamar Stewart,
Yes.
who plays some
That's a
position along the defensive line at Texas A&M.
Play some position.
That's a reach. I love it.
That
I let out a "let's go," but I was on mute. If you look at the recent success of the Bengals taking defensive linemen, you can chalk up Shamar Stewart as a bust right now. And
Dives
that
is
goes
cel-
against something I said. I loved Miles Murphy more than anybody, and yowza, not great.
Dives is celebrating and saying it's a reach, but Dives, you have him at 20th on your board. They took him at 17.
Dude, you say Shamar Stewart or Shamar Turner?
Shamar Stewart.
Oh, I thought you said Shamar Turner for a second.
Did I say
never
Shamar
mind.
Turner?
I don't
Or
know.
Shamar
I heard
Stewart.
Shamar Turner.
He is 54, or he's 50th on our consensus. But he was 16th on the draft community consensus. Dibes had him at 20. Dibes, you want to talk about Shamar Stewart a little bit?
One of the best, athletes we've seen through the draft process. What? Oh, who's that? Apparently somebody got drafted and they're showing a reaction with his family and there's a baby and the baby is just vomiting. Anyway, Shamar Stewart. I mean, he's the trade server production guy. Major question marks about his translation to the NFL. Major question marks. No one can deny that. But in terms of traits, you look at Trey Walker. He turned out pretty good. You look at Odafe Owe, turned out pretty good. And there's some players out there that have become very good players that were really traits only and no production in college. Shamar Stewart, Fletcher Cox-esque, I think. I think he could be a defensive tackle in a few years as well. I think he's that physically gifted. So there's Shamar Stewart. We haven't drank in a while.
Most of us have him ranked.
I know. I had him 54th.
I had him 53. David had him 73. Ryan had him 54.
Wow. We're not a Shamar Stewart podcast.
No, we are not.
When you play an entire collegiate career and have 4.5 sacks and you're supposed to be a pass rusher,
it's a problem.
It's tough.
That's a big
props to David for going out on an even further limb than us, having him at 53, 54, having him down in the 70s. There's some people out there when they put their rankings out there who are just not the highest or lowest on anybody. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Ryan.
We're just making fun of Ryan at this point. He'll always have Harold Fannin.
I'll always have Harold Fannin. You're right.
And Tate Ratledge.
And Tate Ratledge. That's right, baby.
I'm so mad he stole Tate Ratledge from me. One spot.
One spot? Oh, man.
Wow.
It does seem like Eagles Twitter is coalescing around Will Johnson.
Yeah. I'm all right with that.
Yeah. I mean, for me, I wouldn't trade up until 2 of Will Johnson, James Pierce, and Derek Harmon were gone. Dives, you're on mute, by the way.
Shane, this is your question. Which 2020 Eagles draft pick had a viral highlight of outrunning an entire defense backwards in high school?
Multiple choice, please.
I know this.
2020. It's not that long ago.
But if it's there, I'm going to take it.
Is it A, Jalen Hurts, B, John Hightower, C, Jalen Rieger, or D, Quez Watkins?
Rager wasn't that fast. Quez.
Quez is correct. Well done, man.
Okay. I was hoping you would only give me Quez or Hightower because I figured it was one of the two, and you gave me both of them.
We have Rufus saying is Wendell Smallwood.
Hey, enough of that talk.
Shane, you're in the lead, by the way.
Let's go.
Yep.
I'm getting really lucky with questions.
The Seahawks pick is in.
Oh, it is unofficial? I'm not seeing it on Twitter yet.
Oh, no, yeah, no trade.
Yeah, I'm seeing that them and the Bucks were both looking to trade, but the Seahawks are not trading. They're going to pick.
Looks like they are picking.
Looks like they're going OL.
Yeah.
But it looks like people are trying to move up for Fedor or Dart, I imagine.
They're taking one of Dibe's players, it looks like.
No.
Is it out?
Yeah.
I'm not
What
getting
is
it yet.
Dude? Make the announcement. Let's hit the button. Let's go.
Hit the button.
Come on, I got it.
Hit it.
Go ahead.
With the 18th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Seahawks are taking North Dakota State offensive lineman Gray Zabel.
I tweeted that out he was either going to go 18 or 19.
Cheers, guys. Cheers.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, offense. Damn.
I love Gray Zabel. He's always been one of my favorite players in this draft. Like Armand Membo, he was a guy that was widely considered a day 2 guy. And I kind of got a lot of slack on YouTube about, having him rated really high. And I think Gray Zabel is, that quintessential modern NFL player. He could play center, he could play guard, he could be a swing tackle. He's everything the Eagles, I thought, would love if he was there at 32. But the more I watched him, the more I loved him. I think he's nasty. I think he's got a lot of physical tools, and I think this is a really good pick for the Seahawks. There's like guys like Gray Zabel, man. You just root for them. So good pick.
I nailed him on Twitter today. Going 8. I tweeted he'd go 18 or 19. And he goes 18. There you go.
You should be betting on the draft
or Gray.
You should.
I liked the under on Zabel. I liked the over on Banks. I liked the over on Jahad Campbell, and I didn't bet any of those. And I bet the under on Hampton, and now he's not going to go in the top 20. So I'm an idiot. I'm sorry, David. What'd you say there?
I said, where did Dibes have JPJ or Gray Zabel? Who do you have high?
Oh, that's a good question. Or Graham Barton. Throw him in there too.
Graham Barton. I'm pretty sure Skoronski and Barton were like top 15 guys for me. Shane, you do your work.
I'll look it up. Yeah.
I think
I'm pretty sure I was very high on both of those.
No, I was highest on Barton at 20. You had him at 29. Jackson Powers Johnson, we both had at number 16.
Where did I have those? I know I had Barton really low. Where did I have Jackson Powers Johnson? 40?
17.
Oh, wow.
You were the lowest at 17.
Wow.
Tied with Ryan.
I did not remember being that high.
We were very on the same page about JPJ. Our range was from 14 to 17 among the 5 of us.
Obviously, Mark knows ball.
Watch film, nerd.
That's up for debate. Do you want me to read off my? I got yelled at on Twitter, Shane. You'll like this. I tweeted out my top 10 remaining guys on my Eagles big board, and someone said, "No, Donovan Ezaraku on this list is crazy." I tagged you. I said, "I'm actually higher on him than Shane. Yell at him more than me."
Yeah.
But my top 10 remaining, I'll just read it off. Number 1, Will Johnson. Number 2, James Pierce. Number 3, Derek Harmon. Number 4, Xavier Watts. Number 5, Malachi Starks. Number 6, Nick Emanwary. Number 7, Josh Simmons. Number 8, Benjamin Morrison. Number 9, Landon Jackson. Number 10, Princely Uman Maleen. I know I have a couple outside the box guys I'm way higher on than most there, but really that top 3, that Johnson, Pierce, Harmon, that's what I'm kind of watching.
I think there's a good chance Ezaraku comes off the board here to the Bucks. I've heard a lot of smoke around Ezaraku.
It's funny. I keep seeing edge listed as a need for them for everybody, and I have heard a lot of mocked. I went through the roster, and I feel like edge would not be the need I would look at. It looks like they are really weak in the secondary. They're pretty weak on the interior O-line. They don't have a linebacker. They kind of need to. I'm surprised that they would look at pass rush. I feel like they're pretty strong and young up front.
Comment here from Brandon asking, is Campbell an inside linebacker or an outside linebacker?
He's a tweener too.
Yeah, I mean he's an off-ball linebacker. I prefer to just use edge and off-ball linebacker. So he's not he's not like a good pass rusher, but he's got like good snap timing. So like you can blitz him and stuff, but like he's not a Jalen Walker that you're going to line up at the edge and just rush the passer with him. He's an off-ball guy.
This really should be like a Will Johnson, Malachi Starks pick to me.
You would think, yeah.
Like it really should be. But
now, of the teams remaining, what do we got? 13, 14 picks to the Birds?
Yeah.
How many offensive players do we think, given who's still around, do we think are popping off the board here before we pick? You'd assume another running back,
Hampton,
right?
Definitely Hampton.
Right.
I think at least one receiver. I think you probably get at least 2 of Egbuka, Golden, and Burden.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's 3. Do you think?
That's probably. And then it comes down to quarterback, really.
Yeah. Pick us in. Do we have it?
There it is, Egbuka.
There it is.
Goes with the Mecca Egbuka, who I've heard is like a generational. Everybody, there's a lot of stories out there about how he's like an all-time leader and was the leader of that championship team at Ohio State. obviously there for a long time. He was probably going to be a first-round pick last year. Returned. A lot of people were critical of him returning, and he goes out and gets picked 19th and wins a championship. So worked out pretty well for Egbuka. What I would say is, and I understand Chris Godwin's older, but Tampa goes and they sign Chris Godwin to a contract that was pretty insane. Mike Evans is locked down for a couple more years. And now Jalen McMillan, I thought really popped last year.
Yeah.
As a day 2 pick for them, had some really nice moments. And then you go out and you take a receiver. I don't love it. I like Egbuka. I have him 28th overall. He's my highest rated second round prospect, but there's some clear corners and safeties here at needs that I think are way bigger than receiver for Tampa.
Yeah. Wow.
And he's a slot limited guy. Like, I don't think he's a guy you can really put outside. So
he's someone who I struggled with a comp for because everybody felt either disrespectful or like too rich. Like Dives was throwing Brandon Stokely at me. That felt a little too low. That felt like a floor comp. Then Terry McLaurin feels a little too lofty for Egbuka from me. Like, I don't know if he's ever going to be as good as McLaurin at his ceiling. Chris Olave is a weird one because his career has been so halted by concussions. It's hard to even really fully know what he is to compare him to anybody. But I compared him to Olave, McLaurin, kind of a mix of those two guys. But weird player, Egbuka. His production's not as high as you'd think it would be in that system, but he's also played with Marvin Harrison or Jeremiah Smith at all times. So do you look at that as a negative and his production be higher if he was the number one receiver? Or do you look at that as a positive and he got, I don't know. It's hard to look at. There's someone commenting JSN with less juice and more floor. I think that's disrespectful to JSN. I've seen that comp. I love the JSN. I had JSN like 5th overall that year. And I actually think he's like a top 10 receiver right now. So I think JSN's a little lofty. He put up way bigger numbers too.
I think the one thing you can say is, like, with the wide receiver market exploding the way that it has, I mean, you can't have too many weapons. And so continue to load up the weapons around. Well, let's be honest, he's a mid-tier quarterback in Baker Mayfield. And I'm not trying to be dismissive, but like, they've proven you can win with the guy if you put him in the right situation. And so you try to continue to put him in the right situation. You've got a defensive-minded head coach that you feel like can get more out of less with the defense. So from that aspect, maybe it makes sense to just continue to add more weapons for Baker and the offense to work with.
They have Mike Evans.
Really desperate for Ezeraku. Sorry, I apologize.
Oh, no, they have Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, Jalen McMillan, and Egbuka. I mean, they are stacked at wide receiver.
Well,
I really like Egbuka.
Yeah, I do too. I think you got to figure Evans and Godwin are, the last couple of years of their careers, right?
They just gave Godwin a lot of money.
I was so shocked by that.
I forget what he got, but I remember seeing the number at the time and being like, whoa, that's way more than I expected.
They have K. Dotton at tight end too, and Bucky Irving
out of the backfield.
If only they had a good quarterback.
I think Baker's pretty darn good. I'll put it back.
He's fine.
I think fine might be disrespectful at this point.
He's top half of the league. He's probably
I might say comfortably at this point. Like, I might put him like 10.
I mean, without like doing the QB ranking.
We will soon, Shane.
Yeah, I would say he's like 12 to 15-ish.
So what do we think the Broncos are going here? Running back?
Omarion Hampton, Ryan. It has to be Hampton for the
Travion.
Oh,
yeah, it could be Travion, right?
Over there. We got 2 units on the line here. Omarion Hampton under 20.
Mark's about to lose money.
Come on. What a dumb way for me to lose 2 units.
Bucks fans are mad about Egbuka.
Why?
I think he's going to be a better pro.
It's not a need for them.
According to a source, the Giants have been trying to get back into round 1.
Shador.
They should call up Howie.
Yeah, we're right here.
Because we will gladly move back 4 spots for a first-round pick next year. Just Shador is going to be so good. It'll be like pick 30 anyways. So Howie's got to sell it to him.
All
right. I'm going to do a quick segment. Let's go back to 2026. Let's do it real quick.
Back to the future.
Back to the future.
Top 10 movie ever
2026
made,
top prospects. We're sticking with the offense. Lenore Sellers, quarterback, South Carolina. Garrett Nussmeier, Quarterback, LSU, Mark's boy, Jeremiah. Running back, Notre Dame, Elijah Pritchett, another offensive tackle, transfer from Alabama, now going to Nebraska. And then another OSU boy, Carnell Tate, who could be a major breakout player. Leading off, Lenoris Sellers, major dual threat quarterback, has freaky upside, insane athleticism, puts up a ton of rushing yards, was a major breakout star last year. I expect him to put up monster numbers in 2025, but has a long way to go in terms of being an NFL quarterback. Garrett Nussmeier, another guy that has a really good arm. He's only 6'2", spent a few seasons as the backup to Jaden Daniels, and had a solid year, 29 touchdowns, 12 picks, 64% completion percentage, 4,400 yards. There's no doubt that he has the arm talent. He can, hit guys vertically. He has a great touch downfield, but just needs more seasoning going forward. Jeremiah Love, he is one of the biggest home run hitters, playmakers in the backfield in this draft. Definitely well on his way to become a household name. If he was eligible, he might be right there at the top of the running back selected tonight. His stats last year were crazy. I think he's in line to be a big-time guy in 2025.
Question, Dibes.
Yeah.
Do you like him more than Omarion Hampton?
Yes.
I don't think I do yet. But the one nice thing about Love is he has like no tread on his tires. 234 career attempts at Notre Dame, only 71 the first year and 164 this year. They really, really conserved him throughout the year, and obviously they had a playoff run, and even still, they didn't give him a ton of carries in some of those playoff games. They give Jadarian
He was
Price.
hurt.
He was banged up and sick, really sick for the one game as well.
Yeah.
But even in the regular season, not a ton of like 20, 30 carry games. And, you look at 234 career carries. Ashton Genty at 375 this year. Yeah. So not a lot of tread on the tires. I think that's actually a positive.
Yeah, and I kept waiting for Notre Dame to kind of unleash him because, like, he is the engine of that offense with Riley Leonard, and they never really did, like Mark said.
A lot of people excited about him being a Heisman candidate next year. I wouldn't bet on it.
Yeah, I mean, you look at guys like I'm really high on Travion Henderson because of their receiving threat, because of the home run hitting, and I think Jeremiah Love is that. Elijah Pritchett, real quick, 6'6", really struggled production-wise, but he has all of the tools. Keep an eye on him. And then Carnell Tate, another breakout star of 2025. Doesn't have Marvin Harrison Jr. or Emeka Buka. He does have to fight with Jeremiah Smith, but he's still a very good talent. He actually got $1 million to transfer, stuck with OSU. Go ahead.
So, with the 20th pick, the Broncos are taking cornerback Jahdae Barron.
No, man.
Would you rather it be Will Johnson?
Oh, no, not an Eagles fit whatsoever, but I'm a big fan of Jahdae Barron. So, yeah, looks like Sanders to Pittsburgh unless the team trades up. Is that what we're feeling?
Potentially. Not if they're smart, but
yeah.
So probably.
What happens? What happens if Mike Green is sitting there at 32?
No,
they won't take him.
Never do it.
I don't think anybody expected that.
I don't think they'd take him if he was there at 64.
Then they had Maxwell Hairston in, so who knows?
Yeah. So we can talk about Barron for a second. He's one of those positionless players a little bit too. Like has played significant snaps in the box, in the slot, and at the boundary over his college career. He's just a fun player. Like you could use him in a lot of different ways. I don't know how Denver's going to want to use him, but he excels in zone coverage, high football IQ. I think, you probably want to run a lot of zone with him and just move him around to get the most out of him. So he was a player that I had a lot of fun looking at for the draft. And I'm just interested to see how Sean Payton decides to use him because I think he's a boomer bust guy. Like maybe bust is the wrong word. Like you could just stick him in a position and leave him there and he'll probably be fine. But he's one of those guys that you just want to see how they use him creatively. And that's what I want to see, what the usage is going to be. So Barron's a fun player to watch for sure. I like that pick there for the Broncos.
I'm not a huge fan of it for them specifically. It just feels like DB was not a need. I felt like coming into this draft, obviously Surtain, but I felt like they're pretty strong elsewhere. I feel like you really need weapons on offense outside of Cortland Sutton. They had such a bad running game last year. I actually think we talk about running back value and whether you should take them or not. You're a team that just made the playoffs with Bo Nix on a rookie deal. I actually think this is like the perfect opportunity to have taken Omarion Hampton. And that would have been a great fit. Maybe you go out and you get one of the receivers. I kind of get saying maybe none of these receivers are good enough to draft here if you're not a golden guy. So I do understand that. Even if you were going to go to the defensive side of the ball, I probably would have looked at Jahad Campbell at linebacker, who I actually like Barron more as a player, but I think linebacker was a bigger need than DB. I have Barron ranked higher than Campbell, but I feel like a lot of teams are making picks at positions that I don't necessarily peg as huge positions of need. Maybe that's something like David mentioned earlier, a sign of the class where you're not drafting to fill gaping holes. You're drafting best player available because you really don't like a lot of guys in the draft. Maybe it's a case of that.
I thought their secondary really struggled after who was the corner that got hurt for them last year? Moss. What's his first name? I can't remember now.
Riley Moss.
Riley Moss got hurt, and it kind of fell apart. So I get the pick. I will say though,
that's fair.
If I recall correctly, Denver's a pretty man-heavy team, right?
I think they're so. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the part of it that doesn't quite fit for me. Is I specifically noted like he struggles in transition sometimes, and he's better in like a zone-heavy scheme. But maybe you think that's just a coaching point. I don't know.
I've heard some people mention he could be a little Brian Branchish and maybe even be like a safety.
Yeah. I could see it.
All right, Mark, you ready?
Let's do it. I'm terrible at this point.
Nah, man, you're doing fine. All right. Your question is, the Eagles traded up in 2023 to draft Jalen Carter. What pick did they move up from?
10. I believe it was 10 because they had 2 picks that year. No, 11. Did they move up from 11 to 10? I almost cursed. I'll say 10.
10 is correct.
Okay.
I was just trying to mislead you, Mark. I thought I had you.
Oh, damn it. Bad pick. The pick is in. Steelers. Damn it.
Uh-oh.
Damn it.
Oh, if you're saying
I did not share my screen. What's the pick? Is it?
Oh, no.
Derek Harmon.
That's a good pick for the Steelers.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if they have me and Shane lining up at quarterback and running back, I guess, but a good pick.
Who do they have at quarterback?
I mean, setting aside the I really wanted him in Philadelphia. I love that pick for the Steelers. Like, to get an interior pass rusher to help take some of that pressure off of TJ Watt. Cam Hayward is getting older. Like, he's a guy that I specifically mentioned that I thought would be a good fit for the Steelers as well. And I think that's a slam dunk pick for them. If you don't like the quarterbacks that are there, don't repeat the Kenny Pickett mistake and go draft a quarterback you don't like in the 20s. And I think that's a really good pick for them.
They're another Hampton team, though. They're another team that I would have looked at for Hampton and needing a running back desperately, needing some sort of game-breaking playmaking in that offense. I would have rather – and I like Harmon more, but I would have rather than went with Hampton. But, again, this is strengthening a strength if you're Pittsburgh. You have a lot of needs, and this is one of the things you felt good about is on the defensive line, I feel like. But I love Harmon. It's hard for me to be critical of a pick when he was my second best player available or third or whatever it is. But he was my DT1 in the draft. I liked him more than Nolan. I liked him more than Mason Graham. I love this guy.
Dibes, you're muted.
Not great. Not great. Will Johnson, Malachi Starks,
James Pierce.
James Pierce.
Trade back.
It's about to get really intense, man. It's about to get really intense.
I have James Pierce number 5 overall, so I would jump out of my seat and do laps around the apartment complex if we get Pierce. But
Sanders might fall the first round. I mean, I have him. I struggled to keep him in my top 50. It was a real
Adam 32.
Jonte Barron looks a lot like Myles Garrett. Like, okay. Who is Derek Harmon? Derek Harmon's a really good player. Criminally underrated last season if you watch college football. Inside, outside versatility, great size, really good pass rusher. It just sucks. Like he just continued to climb during the draft process. Another one of those guys that I loved for a long time and just would not stop climbing. Again, 10 picks away. We'll be reacting to this. 10:30. So what are we thinking? Like midnight? Something like that?
Ish.
Yeah.
Maybe a little faster.
So going to second round would have an earthquake. Oh, it wouldn't. Anybody that I wouldn't surprise me at all. And then we have a Trey Amos shout out. David, check that out.
Say what?
Trey Amos or Starks for 32.
I love Amos.
All right. Should we go back to trivia?
Do y'all
Sure.
think we're at the point where Howie Roseman would move up if there's a player he loves? Have we got to that level yet?
I think so.
I think we're almost there.
Yeah. I think we're
Except
there,
for
too.
the fact that the Jags may have ruined the trade market for everybody, giving up 36 and a first next year to go up 3 spots. They might have just ruined the trade value for everybody in this first round. Because there hasn't been another trade, right?
No.
So I wonder if there's just not going to be trades now because of that.
Yeah. All right. Whose pick is this? I think this is Ryan's. Or question.
I think Mark went last, so whoever was after Mark.
Mark, you got it wrong. So Ryan, you're up. This is your question, man. Who was the Eagles' first draft pick in the Chip Kelly era?
Lane Johnson. Was it?
I'm pretty sure that's correct.
Yeah, it's Lane Johnson. Shouldn't you already have the answers to these questions?
Yeah, but I have so many questions. Have you seen the wheel spinner? There's like literally 50 questions.
Hey, that's your fault for not having an answer spinner.
It's definitely Lane Johnson.
Yeah,
All right.
it's Lane Johnson.
David, you're up. Good luck,
I think
sir.
I get extra points for being so quick.
All right, David, your question. Who was drafted by the Eagles in 2015 out of Utah and then later traded to the Patriots?
Ooh, I know that one too.
Who was drafted in
It's the
2015?
cornerback. It's
Then
Eric
later
Rowe.
traded. And what'd you say?
Eric Rowe. It's the cornerback.
Eric Rowe is correct, man.
Yep.
Good job. All right, Shane. you're up.
I remember being really frustrated when they traded him away.
He was good there too.
Yeah.
All right, I texted and got it.
Get to the
Shane.
2023. There we go. 2023.
What
66 overall would have been. Ooh, they went back to back at the end of at the start of the third round. It's either
your boy.
Tyler Steen or Sidney Brown.
Your
60.
boy.
It was 60. It's Brown. Sidney Brown.
Sidney Brown is correct. Well done, man. You guys crushed it that round. Guys, well done.
I like Rufus's comment.
You know it.
So, what's going on with Will Johnson? It's got to be medical stuff, right?
Yeah, it's medical.
Yeah.
It's medical. I mean, his over under before the draft was 24 and a half, 26 and a half, something. It was in that range. So we're not even at that point yet.
Yeah.
Starks would be awesome.
All right, I'm going to pop out. I'll be right back, guys.
I'd be so happy if we got Starks.
Starks is definitely in that tier, guys. I'd freak out about.
Yeah, me too. I've been wanting a first-round safety for years since I've been doing this.
Your whole life.
I wanted one in 2022 or whatever
Yeah.
that year was with Kyle
That's
Hamilton.
how I've been feeling about linebackers.
Kyle Hamilton, remember Brian Branch? I had that guy like number 12 overall, and I was dying.
The Steelers don't have a second round pick, so they're going to wait a long time. They're not going to get a quarterback like that.
William says Mike Green is the guy. William, sorry, man. It's not happening.
Yeah, it'd be shocker.
Should we do more trivia or keep it?
Literally go against everything that we know about Howie and what he's recently said too.
Yeah.
Mark, your question. Mine as well, since we have a second here. Your question is. In 2022, Nakobe Dean slipped in the draft due to what reported but false issue?
Wasn't it a groin thing? Groin injury? Or was it shoulder? So, it was an injury.
It was an injury. I'll give you that one. You got it, man. It was an injury, and he was fine. He was actually fine.
Was it his back or his
labrum?
Labrum.
Okay.
Labrum. All right, Ryan, this is you.
Yeah.
Your question is: which 2023 pick had a viral moment being FaceTimed by Howie mid-celebration and dropped his phone?
2023 pick had a viral moment being FaceTimed by Howie.
Yep. He was FaceTiming Howie and mid-celebration dropped his phone.
Oh, jeez. 2023.
If you want multiple choice, let me know.
Is there? Yeah, give me multiple choice because I'm trying to think of two.
Multiple choice. A, Jalen Carter. B, Keely Ringo. C, Sidney Brown. Or D, Tyler Steen.
I'll go Tyler Steen.
Tyler Steen is incorrect.
Ah, dang it. Was it Brown? It wasn't Ringo, was it? I know it wasn't Carter because he was at the damn draft.
Brandon is correct. Well done, Brandon. It is Keely Ringo.
Oh, man, my boy, too.
While celebrating. Sorry, Ryan.
He dropped the pick.
The pick is in?
No.
It is, but I don't see it yet.
Yeah, same.
I'm
right.
A lot of people speculating about Will Johnson.
Refreshing.
All right, I'll wait. I'll wait for the pick.
Refreshing.
David, you're up next.
All right.
Oh, this run of defensive players is killing me.
I know. Let's go running back here.
Yeah, Hampton's still on the board. Henderson's
Yeah.
still on the board.
So it's best case scenario for the Eagles here that the Browns and the Giants get into a bidding war to move up for Shador or Jackson Dart.
Yeah.
That's what we want, man. If the board doesn't fall right, I am all in to trade back.
I'd rather the board fall right.
Well, obviously.
The board already didn't fall right.
I don't know. There's still a couple of rights on there, so I'm all right.
But yeah, there's still a few.
Yeah, Starks, Pierce, those are all good ones.
Maybe Matthew Golden. William says, what's the vibe on Keely Ringo? Could he start? I'm not highest on Ringo. I think Adoree Jackson's a better fit. That's my take.
I'd
Give me
say
a
that
call.
the Eagles showed you what they thought about him. Fangio wasn't there when they drafted him, and the first year Fangio comes in, they draft two corners back to back.
Pick.
With the 22nd pick, the Chargers select running back Marion Hampton.
Great pick.
Cheers.
That's such a Chargers pick.
Great pick.
Don't have anybody that can catch the football.
He can.
That's
Oh, I don't know why my dog's going nuts now all of a sudden.
BR says trade back and
like the pick.
and Taylor. Miss Chris wants Starks and Pierce. I would be very happy with that.
Both.
Mike Green had 17 sacks. William, it's not about the production.
yeah.
Nolan is gone. Sorry, Marshawn. What's going on, man? Chargers love running backs. And Najee Harris got to be mad.
They had a good running game with bad running backs last year. So I do think if you plug in Hampton, I think they're going to have an elite running game this year.
Yeah.
The pup hated the pick. Miss Chris says the trivia is making my brain hurt.
Yeah.
All right.
So Eagles targets. You still got Will Johnson on the board.
Yep.
Pierce,
Trey Amos.
Jahad Campbell, Malachi Starks, James Pierce, Xavier Watts.
I never saw him as a first rounder.
I like Trey Amos a lot.
Yeah.
Of the players left, if they fell to 32, I would probably take a corner over a safety, but I know I'm in the minority again.
You are.
That's fair.
I would take Trey Amos over Starks.
Oh. I love Ole Miss.
I'm just scared of Ezeraku because I just didn't love Ezeraku.
Wow, is Araku still on the board?
Yep.
I didn't
You might
realize.
go here.
All right, Green Bay's on the clock.
Pretty sure Green Bay could use an edge, right?
William likes Johnson, Starks, Pierce, Ezeraku, and Amos. BR says it's a defensive back or trade back. All right. David, you're on the clock here. I'm going to run through this real quick. Then Shane, you're up.
I'm up. This one's mine or this is David's?
This is David. You're up next.
Okay.
David, your question is, which Eagles draft pick was once caught on camera lifting the entire teammate to celebrate?
Jordan Davis. I have no idea.
Jordan Davis is correct.
What?
That would.
That's insane. Well done, David. That's awesome, man.
That's a good guess.
Oh, crap.
He's just a big
That's
guy.
insane. I can't believe you got that. All right, Shane, last one before we get to this Green Bay pick. What cornerback did the Eagles select in the second round of the 2017 draft?
Sidney Jones.
Sidney
I
Jones,
correctly mocked that pick to the Eagles. That's my best mock draft ever. I had him taking Derek Barnett in the first round and Sidney Jones in the second round.
Way to go, Shane. It's all your fault.
Well
Yeah.
done, guys.
Didn't work out well.
That was impressive. Shane, you're 5-1 in this thing.
That's unbelievable. I keep drawing like the 2017 and 2020 questions. I haven't gotten the obscure like who dropped their phone while FaceTiming because I never get that because I don't actually watch the draft. I do this show. And I've gotten lucky and gotten a ton of questions from the last few years.
That's hilarious. People can have preferences. Didn't Smith lift up Dean as well? I don't know. Marshawn says weird flex, Shane.
What?
About the 2017 draft.
Oh, hey.
Schefter just tweeted Will Johnson, who I didn't know was a junior, has a knee issue that has concerned some NFL teams and helps
That makes
explain
sense.
why he still is not selected.
That
Okay.
makes sense. That's what we
Which
thought.
we knew already, but
Yeah, it was.
Packers are getting calls. Giants are looking to move up, allegedly.
Yeah. Oh, the Eagles are discussing.
Eagles moving up. Disgusting.
Eagles are discussing moving up.
Wow.
Okay.
James Pierce, Bill Johnson. James Pierce, Bill Johnson. James Pierce, Bill Johnson. Malachi
Malachi
Starks will also
Starks.
be fine.
Any one of those three.
If it's Will Johnson, I will scream.
Oh my God! If it's Jahad Campbell, Shane, you better get ready.
David, who is it? I feel like you know who it is.
I don't. I think they really, really like Trey Amos. I know a lot of people don't love that, but
I would hate that.
I would.
Yeah.
I think they really like him.
Tech,
Q.
Just shut up.
You shut up. You shut up.
I would talk
Okay.
myself into Josh Simmons.
Who
Donovan
reported
Jackson.
the Eagles are trading up?
Jordan
Jordan
Schultz.
Schultz.
I would hate if the Eagles traded up for a cornerback the year after they took cornerbacks with their first and second pick.
I would like
wouldn't
it
hit it at all. I wouldn't hit it at all.
I would like it if it was Will Johnson. But that's it.
Yeah, I feel like that's worthy of it.
Okay, well, yeah, I guess that'd be okay. I guess maybe that means I just don't want Trey Amos more than anything.
I mean, I love Benjamin Morrison. I wouldn't want to trade up for Benjamin Morrison.
Not in the first.
I would take him at 32, but I wouldn't. Not over some of the names available, but still.
How about Aladejo?
In the first?
He didn't make my top 100. That was probably our biggest disagreement on there. I'm not a fan of him or Swinston. I know Dives is a fan of those guys.
Dives freaking loves them.
In round 2.
Miss Chris is Christina on X. There you go.
Says she fell out of the room and can't find it on YouTube. It's Eagles Pin Pull Network.
Maybe
Should be
Hairston.
following Miss Chris.
Yeah, it's hold on. I'll try to help you out here. I think it's like,
Are we about to go into like
The dark web.
alternate dimension?
no.
I mean,
Yeah.
I was gonna say
No trade, Packers picking.
Inception.
Miss Chris, it's youtube.com/@EaglesPinPull.
Howie just got on the phone to mess with the Packers. So you really want the tush push ban?
Yeah, exactly.
You really
You try and mess with the tush push? Screw you.
YouTube. I literally downloaded the draft sound earlier when we realized we didn't have the sound bite.
they had a deal ironed out, and every time they'd be about to agree, Howie'd be like, "Actually, we're gonna need to swap sixth round picks too."
And
okay, we'll do that. Well,
And you need to man up and stop trying to ban the tush push.
Well, he was on. The head coach was on one of the Barstool guys, and he's just like, "So, why are you acting like such a you know what about the tush push?" Just like straight up asked him, and he was just like, "Oh, it's not that I don't like it, but
the pick is in."
What is it?
Packers are taking Texas wide receiver Matthew Golden.
offense."
Same player then.
It's not I'm not a huge Golden fan, but it's the right position. If you're the Packers, you needed to go get a receiver. So big play option. I don't hate it at all, even if I have Golden all the way down at 48th overall.
Does this mean that the Eagles are going to basically call everybody from here until they're picked to see if they can trade up?
Yeah, I mean, they weren't trading up for Golden, so I imagine they're going to.
Or not.
The Vikings are the team that really has like 4 picks total in this draft or something crazy,
Right.
and they don't pick again until like 96.
I predicted probably a week ago the Eagles would trade up between 24, 25, and 26 to take Malachi Starks. And right now, I'm technically still on the board.
Yeah. So, like you said, if they were trying to trade up with the Packers and couldn't get the deal done,
Move to the next guy.
Either the Packers wanted too much or they were after the same player, and the Eagles weren't after Matthew Golden. So
That's for sure.
That's where I would assume the Eagles will be in conversations with everyone up until whomever it is off the board. And the Vikings at 24 make a lot of sense, like you said, because they only have 4 picks in this draft. So I would imagine the Eagles are on the phone with the Vikings too, just seeing what they can get done.
I'm trying to get Shador in Philly, quarterback factory.
Oh, gosh.
Vikings said they've been very open to trading down, according to Schultz.
Nice. All right, I'm going to do a quick, my third segment on 2026 real quick. Is that cool, guys?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, we're in defense now. Leading off, Caleb Downs, defensive back out of OSU. And we've got a lot of Clemson players to talk about here. Peter Woods, defensive tackle out of Clemson. TJ Parker, edge rusher, Clemson. Avion Terrell out of Clemson, a defensive back. Then we also have out of Tennessee, Jermon McCoy. Caleb Downs, we all know this dude. He is the best defensive back in college football, bar none. has been generational since he started really as a freshman at Alabama. He's a big-time playmaker, elite instincts, allowed just 6 first downs in 16 games in 2024. Then we get to Peter Woods, undersized, edge rusher, intriguing prospect, was really solid during his freshman and sophomore years. Really good run defender, really good play strength, quick off the line of scrimmage. He's probably moving to defensive tackle in 2025. So that position change, definitely something to watch as a potential DT1 in 2026. TJ Parker, yes, another edge rusher in Clemson. Could be the top edge rusher in next year's class. 12 sacks last year. Really good run defender, explosive, high motor, great get off. Had 30 hurries, 11 sacks. Undersized, but he's a big-time analytics guy. His pressure rate is off the charts. Next up, Jamal McCoy out of Tennessee, another defensive back. Really interesting prospect. Maybe the first cornerback selected in next year's draft. But bad news this week. He suffered a torn ACL, had surgery. He's expected to return for 2025. So we'll see how his rehab goes. And then going back to Clemson, it's crazy. Avion Terrell, another defensive back that's really intriguing. He is the younger brother of Falcons cornerback AJ Terrell. And maybe he is, as good. He's excellent in coverage. Not a great run defender. Needs to improve there. But, yeah, those are some guys to know on defense. And we have 5 more to go before we wrap it up.
All right.
What'd I miss?
Nothing yet.
Nothing.
Vikings
It's
still
in.
It's in?
Brings in?
I don't see it yet, but it is in.
All right, so no trade.
That sucks.
Marshawn says enough. Never. I don't want any quarterbacks taken here. I want to trade back. I really want to trade back.
I definitely don't with some of these guys on the board.
Yeah, you kidding me?
There's enough guys on the board
Yeah, there's like 3 or 4 dudes that I want. Jahad Campbell is still in play.
Yeah, I forgot. I think the beers are kicking in. I forgot.
James Pierce, Xavier Watts, Malachi Starks, Nick Manwery.
Rufus says this is cool and all, but what do we know about the quarterbacks coming out in 2029?
Don't tempt me, Rufus. Don't tempt me.
Well, I mean, theoretically, there is no.
And there's a reason I didn't put Nico Iamaleava on my rankings.
Are you down on him?
Oh, big time. He is.
Howie Roseman working the phones, trying to trade up from Ian Rappaport with several top players available. ...
Here we go. How would you rank Will Johnson, James Pierce Jr., Malachi Starks?
Oh,
Johnson, Pierce, huge gap to Starks. And I would still be pumped with Starks. But big gap after Johnson and Pierce to anybody for me.
Johnson, Starks, Pierce for me.
yeah.
But I would actually take Jahad Campbell before Starks.
That's how I am too, Shane. I would go
Johnson, Campbell, Starks, Pierce.
I don't think
I'm right there with you.
I am Johnson, Pierce, Starks, then Campbell.
Yep.
Johnson and Pierce are 2 top 5 guys for me. I had them as blue chip guys. So there's a big gap.
Yeah, they're my top 10 guys, so I get it.
Donovan
And I
Ezeraku.
10th overall, obviously.
Is there any conversation about Donovan Ezeraku, David?
I hope not.
Pass for me? I wouldn't be as mad as Shane, but I'd be so meh.
I see a pick, but it's not from somebody that I recognize. Oh, well, it's from the Vikings beat writer for The Athletic, so it's probably legit. You want me to say it?
Sure.
Donovan Jackson, offensive lineman.
Perfect.
Shots.
Let's confirm that, though. I mean, you don't have to tempt me with drinking a beer, but
Man, we got.
They
That'd be
needed
wild.
interior O-line bad, so I get the pick.
I find it strange that if that's their guy, they weren't willing to trade back, though.
Right?
Yeah,
You'd think they'd still be able to get him.
Like, I get Donovan Jackson, but also, I mean, I was the highest on him at 36 among us, and I was higher than the draft community consensus was, which isn't always accurate. But I mean, if you've only got 4 picks in a draft, like that'd be a prime. Let's move back to 32 and see what happens. I think so.
For
It's
real.
not as big of a reach as what the Cowboys did, but I don't really like that for them, given the amount of picks they have.
Williams says Donovan Jackson. Fit for Trades says I bet they take Mike Green.
Giants are trading up
Sador.
or Dart.
One of them.
I'm so glad that will take them out of the Arch Manning race next year, and
It'd be so hilarious.
I think it's going to be Dart.
I am
Plot
all
twist.
into it.
It's the 26th though. It's with the Rams. It's not with the Texans.
20, no,
The Texans aren't.
25.
Plot
Yeah,
twist, they're going to take Will Johnson.
Yeah, they're trading up.
Someone deleted their tweet. Oh no, Rappaport still has it up. It says the Rams are trading and the Giants are on the clock. He might have just messed up though.
It's been a long night for Rap.
Giants are traded pick 34.
He's got Jordan Schultz reading down.
Giants traded pick 34, 2025 third-round pick, and a future 6th-round pick to the Rams at 26. I just could have sworn I saw Houston.
Where were they? They were like what, early 30s?
34.
That's a reasonable trade model there.
What was it again? I'm sorry.
It was a 34, a third-rounder, and a 6th.
Yeah.
Giants are on the clock now, so it must have been Houston.
Texans.
Where did you see the trade details, Ryan?
That was Field Yates.
Okay.
So he's officially dead to me.
Yeah, Garrett Fuller said Texans trade 25, so it is the Texans.
That's a good trade.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a solid deal for the Giants, especially if they're moving up for a quarterback.
Wait, so $34.99 and a third rounder next year for 25.
That's surplus value of about a early third round pick.
Yeah, I feel like that extra third feels unnecessary, but I don't know. I guess you want your guy. Go for the Texans. I like that.
So it's 34, 99, and a third rounder in 2026.
Yeah, I love that for Houston.
Yeah, I like that for Houston too.
Houston needs to draft like an entire offensive line.
And then some.
Or hear me out. What if they just got rid of the only offensive lineman they had that was any good instead?
Apparently, the way that Peter Schrager put that was that they had a culture issue in the offensive line room, and they felt like Tunsil was the leading culprit. But
was the culture issue that he got mad that everybody else was bad?
Yeah, I would say I would worry more about the talent issue there.
Yeah.
Jackson Dart.
Is it Jackson Dart?
There's nothing official, but they keep showing him on the clock
It's Jackson Dart.
Jackson Dart to the Giants. It's official.
Oh,
Jackson
man.
Dart.
I really wanted it to be Shador.
Jackson. I'm happy it's Dart instead of Shador.
That's wild.
That's funny.
Who did they think they had to trade up to snipe for Jackson Dart?
and that early. Like who were they fighting off?
That's unbelievable.
I'm just stunned.
The Saints trying to move up also.
Not for Shador though.
I'm stunned. Jackson Dart. He's a fun guy. I enjoyed watching him play at Ole Miss.
He owes money to Bo Nix.
Yeah, for real. He's. Oh.
I have him high.
I don't mean to like be an asshole, but like he's not. Like I would have Penix and Bo Nix, and even last year I was not high on Bo Nix, but I would rate him higher than Jackson Dart in this process.
I can't believe I'm the highest on Dart. I have him 55th, Shane 65th, Dives 87, David 64, Ryan 71. He's Bo Nix. He's the same prospect basically. So, but he owes.
He needs to be in the right system.
Panning out.
Hmm.
He's gonna get killed in New York. Killed.
Yeah.
Dives. Off topic. Did you see they're making a new Final Destination?
I did. I'm excited.
I figured you would be.
I love the Final Destination movies.
Oh, of course. How do you not love them?
All right, trivia.
What
Let's
are we,
do it.
7 picks away?
26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. Yeah. 7th pick.
All right.
All right.
Are
you-
they
are
want
you
Starks,
saying-
they're going to have to trade up with the Rams.
Who's trading up?
I said if the Eagles want Starks, they will probably have to trade up with the Rams. I can see Baltimore grabbing them.
Dable got the guy that he wanted, they said.
Mark, you're on the clock, man.
I live for the time that a GM drafts a quarterback and then they're like, oh man, we didn't get the guy that we wanted.
Mark, what FCS school did 2010 Eagles 4th-round pick Clay Harbor attend?
I thought he went to Florida. Am I crazy?
No.
I guess I'm crazy. I don't know. Yeah, I thought he went to
Do you
Florida.
want multiple choice?
No. FCS. Give me I don't know.
Are you sure?
Villanova.
Is that your final guess?
Yeah, sure.
That's incorrect. No, it's not Ohio. Sorry, Brandon.
Stuff.
Yeah, this one's hard. This one's
Falcons trading back into round 1.
What? All right, we're definitely
For another quarterback.
They're going to go get Shedeur.
a run on quarterbacks here. But
it's not a quarterback.
no one's really answering the. Does anybody have the correct answer on this?
It's Missouri State,
I
right?
don't.
That is the correct answer. Yes.
That's before 2015. I have no idea.
Falcons drafted. Who did the Falcons draft at 15? Jalen Walker.
Walker.
Yeah.
Jalen Walker.
Are they going to get another? I swear to God, if they take 2
James
linebackers,
Pierce.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're gonna go receiver.
I don't know that you need to trade up for a receiver.
Burden?
But
For
Yeah.
Burden.
Maybe Burden.
Maybe
I wouldn't
Higgins?
love that.
I wouldn't love that for them, but more
Um,
offensive players. Let's go.
I have in here linebacker for them. Maybe Campbell.
I mean, they just got Walker.
That's fair. That's a fair answer. If you think Walker's an edge, maybe you go Campbell and you get him.
I mean, okay, so I had them both as linebackers, obviously, and if the Atlanta Falcons select 2 linebackers in the same draft before the Eagles draft a linebacker in the first round in my lifetime, I am gonna lose my ever-loving mind.
Campbell, Burden. I don't think there's a D tackle that's really available. That's like maybe
No,
TJ,
D tackle's pretty much off the board at this point.
TJ Sanders, Darius Alexander.
Yeah,
I don't think they're trading up for those guys.
Cheers.
Interior O line, I have as a need for them. I don't think you're trading up for any of the O linemen that are available.
I wouldn't
Are
think
they coming up for? Are they coming up for Malachi Starks?
Oh God.
I don't have safety down as a need, but I've had it. There's been a ton of draft picks that have been at positions that I didn't have as needs for those teams. So what do I know?
Rufus says Jalen Milroe to the Falcons. Mike thinks the Eagles will pick offensive line. The way this is playing out, maybe.
Somebody's got to grab Mike Green, right?
Josh Simmons, maybe. Josh Simmons for the Falcons.
Oh, please.
Yep.
Yeah.
I feel like their defense is so bad.
The Rams.
You got to
picked
keep
the
going
Rams.
for defenses.
By the way, I'd be happy with Josh Simmons.
Ryan, you're up, man.
Oh boy.
2026 first rounder.
For what?
They traded 46, 242 in their first next year for 26 and 101.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Ryan, which Eagles pick was known for riding a scooter throughout campus pre-draft?
Why can't I actually get who was drafted here? What school did this guy go to? No, I gotta get the weird draft things that nobody pays attention to questions. Give me multiple choice.
Multiple choice. A. Miles Sanders.
Here, Ryan's answer there was, here's how stupid this question is and how much of a waste of time it is. Let's go longer and give me 4 names. So
Hey, I'm still trying to win, all right?
A. Miles Sanders. B. Andre Dillard. C. Jalen Carter. Or D. Landon Dickerson.
Landon Dickerson seems like a dude that would do that.
That's correct.
Let's go.
He had a
That's why
mini-
you get multiple choice.
He had a mini scooter.
Yeah, wait, wasn't he hurt though?
I think
Yes.
so. Yeah.
Yes, he was.
David, you're up, man. David, this is your question.
No.
Uh-oh.
This one hurts.
No, what is it?
I don't know if it's official.
I'm checking multiple places, but I just saw James Pierce Jr.
Yeah.
Man, they just upgraded their defense big time. Pierce
Jalen Walker
and
and
Walker. Good God.
That I'm so upset.
Yeah, that
Right
one
there.
Sorry, Mark.
That's upsetting.
William says they take Jordan Burchett. It's the wrong Oregon player. Yeah, so what was the Giants trade? So they traded a first next year?
No, the Falcons did.
The Falcons, okay.
What was the
Or-
Falcons pick number? 101?
The Falcons
26
they
26
traded
and 101.
46.
Yeah.
They traded 46 and a 2026 first for 26 and 101. They got a 101.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
that's wild.
Wow.
Well, the Rams do need some picks.
And they got them.
All right, David, you're up.
All right.
Who was the Eagles' final pick of the 2020 NFL Draft?
Shoot. They had a ton of picks that year,
Yeah.
like 10 or 11 of them. It was either that Prince Wanagohu or whatever, or Casey Toohill.
What's your final answer?
Casey Toohill. I forgot about him.
I will say both of those answers are in the multiple choice.
Casey Toohill went to Stanford, so we'll go with him. The other guy was at a bigger program, so we'll go.
How did you know? How do you fucking know that? That's insane. That's awesome.
The other guy was Prince
Auburn.
Wanagohu, right? From Auburn, right?
That-
Auburn.
That was the
Oh,
COVID year. So
Yeah.
I never watched more draft crap than I did that year because I was stuck in a house.
And they draft Jack Driscoll that year was Auburn too, right? 2 guys, same
They
O-line.
did, yeah.
Yeah, 4th round.
All right. Shane, which Eagles 2022 draft pick showed up to rookie camp with his grandma's photo in his locker?
Grant Calcaterra.
Is that your final answer?
No. Kyron Johnson.
Is that your final answer?
I think I know
Yes.
the answer to this.
Yes.
That is incorrect.
Can I guess? I think it was N'Kobe Dean.
N'Kobe Dean is incorrect.
Cam Jurgens.
That is incorrect.
Jordan Davis.
Yes, Jordan Davis is
I got
Who
there.
else is left?
That's it.
Yeah. What do they have? 5 picks? That's crazy.
I had no idea, so I was just going to be confident. So if I was right, everybody would be like, whoa, how did he know that? And then Dibes laughed. And I was like, well, that's not it.
David, you and Shane are tied. Actually, we have a three-way tie with Ryan, David, and Shane.
Oh, really? Nice. I thought it was like super last place.
Yeah, you keep complaining about your questions, but you get all of them right somehow.
Well, I'm just saying, I could be in sole first place.
Man, we are just a handful of picks away, man.
All right, so Baltimore's taking Starks here, right?
Starks and Kyle Hamilton.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Why wouldn't they?
That's insane.
They take Starks. So wait, Detroit will probably take an edge, right? They
I
don't.
hope
They don't
can
care
take
about.
Mike Green?
They don't care about character issues, so they'll take Mike Green, right?
Just get Mike Green off the board, man.
Seriously, get him off the board, and then Washington. What is Washington going to take? Washington will probably take Jahad Campbell and break my heart.
Baltimore should take Luther Burden. Would say
I've been talking on mute for like 20 seconds, being like, why isn't anyone acknowledging?
We could actually hear you. We were just playing with touch.
But I'm surprised Dives hasn't been pitching Scorton yet.
Yeah,
Gordon?
that feels like a Ravensy pick.
I meant for us.
Oh, well, I was the Ravens too. That feels like a Ravensy pick.
I have Scorton 36, so it'd be like a meh for me. But I know Dives is a big fan. I forget where he had him, but
Scored,
he's
number 10.
Again,
wow, 10 for Dives. So Dives would
I had him
doing laps.
20, so I guess I wouldn't hate it either.
Dives would be doing laps around the house.
he's risky. He's risky.
Yeah, is there? That's a good question that Mark just kind of quasi brought up. Is there any one player right now left on the draft board? The Ravens pick is in, but I don't know yet. That would make you run around the house and enjoy right now.
Will Johnson, Malachi Starks.
Mine's 4. I'll give any of the DBs: Will Johnson, Xavier Watts, Malachi Starks, Nick Emanwery.
Okay, Shane.
I'd be if the Eagles take Will Johnson, I would be thrilled because I would just assume the medicals check out because he was my 6th player on my board, so I'd be nervous. But yeah, give me Will Johnson. I would be pretty happy with Jahad Campbell or Malachi Starks as well. Everybody else, I'd rather trade back probably.
All right.
You have Xavier Watts 24. What would be your reaction there if they picked him at 30?
I'd be okay with that. I'd probably still rather trade back at that
Pretty
point,
big
but
need, though.
I'd be okay with Xavier Watts too.
I think Xavier Watts is a great fit.
The dream is over, guys. The Ravens pick is in.
Are they really going Malachi Starks?
Or Will Johnson.
Wow. Kyle Hamilton, Malachi Starks. That's insane.
Is it Starks?
It's Starks.
Is it?
Yeah.
I don't see it anywhere.
Yeah, neither do I.
Who reported it?
David did just now.
Yeah. Somebody in my DMs.
Well, there you go.
Want me to say it?
Yeah, go for it.
With the 27th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Ravens are taking Georgia safety Malachi Starks and pairing him with stud Kyle Hamilton.
That's unbelievable.
I am hurt.
I told you it was a good possibility.
Whatever concerns you have about Malachi Starks, putting them next to Kyle Hamilton mitigates any of them.
Yes.
It feels like. Wow.
It really does. That's actually a really fun duo where Malachi can kind of do whatever he wants. Malachi can play deep, play on the line, and rotate with Kyle. That's insane.
That's kind of like Shane's Jalen Carter force multiplier kind of situation there.
Such a Ravens pick too.
Yeah, it is.
All right, we need like 2 more offensive players to go.
This run of defensive players has been ridiculous.
The Ravens do have other needs, but none are desperate. Like they need receiver, but I wouldn't say it's desperate. They need a little O-line help. I wouldn't say they have a terrible O-line though. Like I actually think it's fine. I'm fine with the Ravens making that pick.
I think that's a really good pick for the Ravens. I really like it. I also really disagree with this comment that safeties aren't first-round talent.
You know how I feel about that. Oh.
I gave 2 different safeties first-round grades this year.
I gave 3, and I think Barron might be a safety. So I gave 4.
Who was your third?
Emanwery.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't. I didn't like him
I'm
in
bullish
the
on
first.
the athlete there. I think he's a freak of freaks.
Yeah.
Mark definitely leans towards the athletes.
Not always though. I
The
hate
size
Shamar
and the
Stewart.
athlete.
I'm out on Shamar Stewart and Michael Williams. So yeah, it's a not a one size fits all thing. Every situation's different, but I saw enough with the Man Marie with the ball skills to buy in on the athleticism.
Brandon says, I think we trade back now. Williams said, seems like Howie wanted to come up, but no team wanted to be the next one to get by the best GM in
Probably.
football. I think the receiver room needs a
Safety, though.
ton of help. You're not wrong.
Maybe
So what do y'all have left for the Eagles with the first round grade?
I have a good amount left, but really it's Johnson, Watts, Man Marie. Then we're getting into guys who I have high who are probably reaches like Josh Simmons, Benjamin Morrison, Landon Jackson, Princely, Darian Porter, Maxwell Hairston, Wyatt Milam. That's where it ends.
Yeah.
My only guy is Will Johnson.
I've got
Oh, wow.
Will Johnson, Jahad Campbell, Xavier Watts. That's it. That's left for me for the Eagles.
Okay.
Tate Ratledge, but that's only if you
Well, you have
can't
Mike
move
Green
back.
too, Shane.
Yeah, but I not for the Eagles.
Yeah.
He's not on the Eagles board.
Yeah, I have Campbell too, actually. So I have two: Will Johnson and Campbell.
Please give me a freaking linebacker.
And same
Yeah,
with David. You have Mike Green on there too, but if he's not on the Eagles big board, then
Williams says,
he's
how do
down
you
on
not
that
go
board.
Jahad Campbell? I would be excited for Jahad Campbell.
Seriously. Yeah.
But I
would
just
be meh.
you would what?
I would be.
I would be how you guys are with Watts. Like I would rather trade back than take Campbell.
I would love Campbell.
They should have just paid Warren Burks, if we're gonna be honest.
Yeah, that too.
Warren Burks graded out as the number 4 linebacker on PFF last year. All take that with a beach of grains of salt, but that's crazy to me. I thought that was wild.
I mean, the last
Most
two
PFF
games,
grades are.
his last 2 games were incredible. Like,
Yeah, he was good.
I mean, he was fantastic.
so underrated.
I don't even know if that counts. If PFF is counting that,
Wow.
I have no idea. They might. I don't know how.
Pick is in from the Lions. Don't know it yet.
I'm still stuck on how awful that Falcons trade is.
Yeah.
Rob says the Eagles are going to take an O lineman who won't play for 3 years.
Rob, stop.
I would be fine with Simmons. I do want that out there. I'd be fully fine with Josh Simmons as a pick.
The Falcons trade there is a perfect example of why you should never have a GM on the hot seat. Like just jump, like as soon as you think hot seat, just fire them because they're going to start to do stuff like this. Like the only reason it makes sense is because Terry Fontenot knows if he doesn't make the playoffs this year, he's fired. So what does he care about a first round pick next year?
True.
Is Luther Burden still on the board?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's falling like crazy.
I think he stinks.
I
I'm so out on Burden. I have him 49 overall, so I don't think he stinks. 49 is still. I mean, it's a second round pick. So.
I had him 50.
mean,
I'm never a fan of the guy whose production drops off so dramatically as a senior without massive changes around him. Like he had the same head coach, same quarterback. It should not have dropped off the way it did.
Kenneth Grant was picked, right?
Yeah, 13th.
Way early. All right, the pick is in. I don't know what's. I haven't heard anybody reporting it.
Yeah, the last one I've seen still is Malachi Starks.
A lot of the top guys available for me are just it's injury stuff, like Will Johnson injury situation, Josh Simmons injury situation, Benjamin Morrison injury situation. So we're at that point a little bit.
Oh my God! Why is no one reporting us? Come on, people, do your jobs.
Donovan Ezeraku's still out there?
Yep.
Stop saying his name.
I
I think he could go here. They could use some edge.
Two
All
names
right.
I will
Yeah,
throw
please
out
say
there.
his name here.
Two names I will throw out there as names that I would be happy with at 32, who no one else on this thing would, I imagine. Landon Jackson and Princely Umanmaleen. I'd be happy with both of those guys at 32. But I would also trade back probably if those were going to be.
Yeah, I feel like
The
we
Lions.
I feel like we
Lions
could get
pick
him on
is
Allen.
in.
Lions pick is in.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's,
I think-
Yeah, it's the number 28. The Lions are taking Ohio State defensive tackle Tyleik Williams.
I like it. I'm good with that. I'm good with that.
I
Who?
don't like it.
Tyleik
Williams.
Tyleik Williams. Wow. I'll take that.
He was way down the board for us.
Yeah. Good.
That pick means nothing to me.
Good.
Dibes was the highest on him at 51.
I still have 11 first-round grades on the board.
These are,
Clip
yeah.
that, Dives. That's the best quote of the night.
Pick
It means
me.
nothing to me.
I love that.
This is officially the latest I've stayed up in like months.
Come on, please just give me Jihad.
I'll throw these other names out there. One I think is actually really realistic. Darian Porter's not realistic. Probably, again, a reach, probably a round 2 guy. I love him. It's another buying in on the athlete situation. And then a guy who did visit with us. There is some character concerns out there and some allegations, but Maxwell Hairston still sitting around here. He's probably one of the most likely picks, I'd say, if they do stick and pick at 32.
Didn't those allegations though? Like, didn't they? Only
I honestly didn't know about them until someone commented.
right
the other
late
day.
in the process. So I would assume it
No
wasn't
one talks
something
about
until
it,
they
so I
brought
think it's.
him
I think it's a nothing burger.
I think he
Yeah,
was
I don't
a
know
minor.
anything about it. I really don't.
Yeah, he was 17, so I think
he
that
was a
makes it a little
minor.
more difficult
Yeah.
for information to come out.
It's interesting. Yeah, I think that's not the right word.
Somebody asked about Winston Jr. I think the big thing for him is he's coming off of the ACL injury,
Yeah.
and B, he's just going to be like really developmental, super boom bust.
Really
He's
small
going to
sample size.
he's gonna need time because he just hasn't played a lot. He basically was a 1-year starter.
Shane.
He's 21. I also think you need him to be like near the line of scrimmage, which isn't going to really fit what the Eagles want to do. So I don't think he's the best fit for the Eagles.
Shane, did you get enough to cut up a clip of us being mean about the Lions taking Tyleik Williams so their Twitter can like hunt me down and put out my address? And, like,
Probably.
the absolute worst Twitter fan base in the NFL.
Really?
Who, the Lions?
Yeah, they
By far,
they
the
surpassed
absolute
the
worst.
Saints. Pretty
Really?
Well,
Saints
yeah.
are pretty insufferable.
Yeah.
Well, the Lions feel more. I think if you're a Saints fan, you're pretty beaten down at this point. It's pretty
Yeah.
hard to like be a reply guy.
Yeah,
on
but
Twitter if
how are
you're a
you not
Saints fan.
beaten down as a Lions fan?
But
Well,
the
they've been good
Lions
for a
have
couple
some
years.
confidence going right now.
They
Like
do.
this is the best they've been in their lives. So they feel like this is unbelievable. But this is just how the Eagles fandom has been for our entire lifetime. So.
The worst Twitter fan base right now is Washington.
I'm telling you, it's Detroit for me. I was rooting for Washington to beat Detroit in that game to make fun of Detroit, so that says it for me. And Washington's annoying, but Washington's still like pat them on their head, like okay, like all right, there you go. Like I'm not taking you seriously at all.
Washington fans are still talking about the game-winning drive Jaden Daniels led against a backup quarterback in a regular season game.
It's honestly cute. It's like
adorable.
before this year, they had won one playoff game since 9/11. So, like, I don't want to hear the Washington fans in my mentions because it honestly just like rolls off my shoulder. Doesn't bother
Washington
me.
could use edge over linebacker, I would say. I don't want them taking Campbell here.
If you were Washington, who would you take?
They have a lot of needs, low key, but I can't
Corner.
remember key that casually. But edge, safety, and running back. I actually think Travion is an interesting fit here, Dibes. Your boy Travion. They have Brian Robinson Jr., who I'm a little lower on than most, but Travion's more of a receiving back. You plug him in there as kind of a big play threat. I know they had Eckler. He might even still be on the roster. But I think Travion's a really, really good fit there. Maybe they look at Mike Green or Ezeraku. Maybe they look at a receiver. Probably not. I would say probably not a receiver. But
Pick is officially in. Does anybody have it?
I don't, but I would guess cornerback if I had to guess.
they've just drafted so many corners recently. It feels like
But they've all been bad.
they haven't been great at it.
Well,
Yeah.
at least AJ Brown seems to think that way.
Emmanuel Forbes.
Yeah, where's he at now? Houston?
Is he?
Yeah, he's not in Washington anymore.
Wow, I
Yeah,
didn't
they
know
cut
that.
him.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, they were like, "You."
I knew he was bad. I didn't know he wasn't there.
AJ Brown is your father.
AJ Brown ended his career.
Yeah, kind of did.
Kinda.
Kinda.
I heard an early thing. It's not official, but I just heard Connerly.
It's correct. That's the pick.
Let's go.
Say it, Ryan.
All right. The 29th pick, the Washington Football Commanders select Josh Connerly from Oregon. Tackle.
Cheers.
I'm okay with this.
Say it, Dibes. What does that pick mean to you?
Absolutely nothing. Another the first round hype with Connolly and the Eagles was ridiculous. I hated it so much. Glad that's not a thing anymore.
All right. I think if we can get past Buffalo, Jahad Campbell should be in play.
By the way, this is random, but rumors from pre-draft stuff, and I did hit Zabel on this, so let me find this. Ariante Ursary, the Chiefs really like him.
Yeah, I heard that.
Watch out for that.
I like that. I'm actually a big fan of that.
I like Ursary a lot. He's actually been a guy that I ended up with him at 30 overall, and I think if this process would have went on like another week or two, he would have probably ended up in my top 25. And I had one for the Bills also, but now of course I can't find the
Well, do the Bills go wide receiver, you think?
Oh, Trey Amos. Apparently the Bills really like Trey Amos. So
Bills are definitely going to go corner.
Watch out for Amos there. They could go safety as well. Get DeMar Hamlin off the field.
Then Chiefs will go O-line, correct?
They
Probably.
need a tackle. They need a tackle.
Yeah.
They could go interior offensive line too. They could always go skill position, running back, receiver as well. But Travion would be interesting for them also.
Philly Sports Go Boom says Jahad Campbell or Will Johnson. I'm good with that, man. I am
Will
really
Johnson, I will.
No.
Will Johnson will be a scream that will wake up my entire apartment complex.
Yeah, so will Jahad.
He's so good, man. His tape is so good.
I feel like Will Johnson being on the board at this point means he's going to continue to be on the board because
that's how he's the guy who's willing to do it. But also, I will say we're acting like it's a monumental slip because of where we had him in the rankings. He was never projected to go where we had him in the last couple weeks.
The consensus board still had him at 12.
Who?
Well, I think that's a big board thing. The mock draft, yeah, I think the mock draft community for a while had him between like 11
Don't
and 14.
scream.
They had him like 11 to 14, but his over under was 24.5 to 26.5. So,
Rob's asking about Mike Green, thinks that's who the Eagles are going to take. Mike Green has multiple different sexual assault allegations against him. He's not on the Eagles board.
Yeah, Rob.
So he's
Yeah, Rob.
Well,
Yeah, Rob.
not Rob specifically, but I've seen several people ask. I mean, he was my number 3 edge, but he went to UVA, minimal playing time in 2021, was suspended in 2022, and then transferred to Marshall. And then it came out that suspension was related to some sexual assault allegations, and then other things came out about him being accused of that also in high school. So that's why he's on the board, and that's why the Eagles aren't going to pick him. At least if we take Howie at his word about how they evaluate some of those players.
Yeah, if Howie drafts Mike Green, we can all call Howie a liar. Because he literally said if they have something like that, they don't even start to look at him.
Yeah.
you would hope.
Yeah, he said he doesn't even watch tape. It doesn't even get anywhere.
Yeah, it doesn't even get to that point.
Right.
Yeah.
A Bill scout texted me, our cornerback doesn't need knees. So I'm guessing that means that they like Will Johnson here. Just a guess.
Like,
William says Harrison or Ravel next pick. Rob likes
Could be.
Green. Howie walked back and said he was praising Dom recently. Rob brings bad juju.
seriously, Rob.
Pass on Mike Green.
Agreed. Pass.
I'm not going to put up the next one.
Yeah, I don't know what that's in.
What are you guys talking about with Howie being a hypocrite?
Just saying, like what he said. He said in an interview that the automatic we're not interested.
You said you put that one on?
I didn't
How
see
was
it.
that?
Ryan, I didn't see it. I didn't fully read it.
We need a better screener.
Dable,
my God.
Dable just announced that Russ will be their starter, so I guess that takes Shador off the table for them.
Oh, my
they
God.
took Dart. Never mind.
Wait, they traded a future first round pick to move up and take a quarterback they're not even going to start.
When
Yep.
he's like old, also.
Yeah.
Didn't Atlanta do that?
Yeah.
Yeah. He must have Howie Roseman style job security over there for him to be able to do this kind of stuff.
Eagles Eric likes Jahad Campbell. I
Yeah,
love
please,
Jahad
it would be-
Campbell.
I would. You wouldn't see me for 10 minutes.
Shador tweeted earlier today, I'm built for whatever today may bring, and someone quote tweeted and said, how about tomorrow?
Jahad Campbell would be like having two Zach Bonds on the field. That would be really fun.
What's better than one, Zach Bond?
What's better? Two Bonds are better than one.
All right,
Anybody
pick
get
is
that
in
joke?
for Buffalo.
Anybody get?
Anybody got it?
Wait, what did the Giants give up to move up again for Dart? They gave up it was their first next year, right?
It was a first next year and a third, wasn't it?
It was a third this year and a first next year, I think.
Yeah. Gerald Green.
Legacy 5.
10 minutes more is like 30 seconds.
I know.
Mike Green, Ezeraku over Mike Green would hurt, but it'd be based on off-field stuff. Yep.
I would like neither of them.
Man, this pick's taking forever. What are the Bills doing here?
Oh man,
Looking at Will Johnson's medicals.
it's a
They gave it was 34, 99, and a third next year.
Trey Amos is my prediction. I like this guy's sneakers.
I'm such a jerk.
Trade. Eagles moved up a pick.
Nah.
The Eagles moved up to 31 with
They
the
moved-
Chiefs.
Why? Where?
Oh.
Who? What? Yep.
Is it really offensive line?
Yep. Don't tell
Campbell.
me it's going to be for Ezeraku.
I'll be really mad.
I'd be really mad.
I like Ezeraku.
I'm sure they didn't give up
No.
anything, so just treat it like they were at 32, basically.
Wait, who did the Bills take?
I don't know. They're taking him now.
That pick never showed up.
Yeah, that pick never showed up. He's making it now, the guy.
Maxwell Hairston for Buffalo.
Okay.
Okay.
I think I called that. I think I
I think
called
it's going to
that.
be Will Johnson.
Did I not call that?
If it's Hairston at 30, they probably
Hairston.
found out it was Hairston. Maybe they were too afraid to lose both corners. Maybe
If they
liked
take
both of them.
Ezeraku over Jahad Campbell, I'm going to be so mad.
All right, guys, we are on the clock here. I'll be sure to clip this.
Yeah, please.
The Eagles have moved up to 31.
They gave up 164.
That's
Who
amazing.
cares?
I'm good with that. Moving 164 to move up one spot here in round one. Shane, round the horn. Who do the Eagles take?
Who will they take or who should they take?
Who should they take?
Jahad Campbell.
Jahad Campbell, Ryan.
Positive vibes. Jahad Campbell.
David.
Positive vibes.
Trey Amos.
Damn
Damn
Mark.
it, David.
Will Johnson easily for me, but also Xavier Watts or Nick Emmanuel.
I just hate the fact that David has not have gone away from Trey Amos the entire time, which scares the crap out of me.
I remember talking in our chat earlier, like Jahad Campbell would basically complete the transformation of Howie Roseman, not only putting awesome money into Zach Bond's extension, but also putting a first-round pick at linebacker, edge rusher for the Philadelphia Eagles. But for me, it's Will Johnson. I would love Will Johnson in midnight green and solidifying the secondary for a long time. And by the way, like this nonsense about Cooper DeJean on the outside, I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Having two guys like Will Johnson and Q on the perimeter and Coop, best slot corner in the NFL for the next 10 years. Give me that.
Okay,
Mahomes
so wait.
tweeted
So
a
what
sunglasses
position does the Chiefs and the Eagles have in common that they
None.
would want to move up just one spot?
No,
I don't know.
It's
don't
it's
know.
to
Line.
keep it's to keep the Chiefs from moving back
Moving
and
back,
letting
you think?
somebody come up and get an obvious guy, which to me is Will Johnson or Jahad Campbell.
Noom says, please, Will Johnson. He's a big Michigan guy.
No,
It's done.
Q?
Eagles select Danny Watkins. It's official.
What?
TQ wants O-line.
What did you
I'm
just
so
say?
nervous right now.
O-line.
Me
I
too.
don't want O-line. Don't give me O-line, please.
I'd be fine with Josh Simmons.
No.
Why?
Didn't Simmons
I
already
think
get
he's the top 10 player in the draft, so I just think I'd get the talent of taking a guy that high.
No.
Wait, didn't Simmons get
Brandon also says Josh Simmons.
No.
Are we going to spoil it live or what are we doing?
Yeah,
Yeah.
as soon as we
Oh, yeah.
find out.
All right.
Please,
Jahad
God.
Campbell. It's Jahad Campbell.
Shut up. Shut up.
Jeff McClain.
Shut up. Shut your face.
I'm fine with it.
Are
don't
you
be
kidding me?
like-
So Eagles select John Hightower. Lock it in.
Yeah,
Oh my
Schultz
God.
just locked it in. Jahad Campbell.
It's Jihad.
Seriously?
Let's go.
It's Jihad.
Let's go.
Oh my God.
I kind of feel how I felt when we drafted Nolan Smith, when everybody felt like we stole him, which we did end up stealing him. So, but I had Jahad Campbell ranked 33 overall. I had Nolan Smith like 30 or something like that. So he went around where I got drafted. There's a lot of guys I would have taken ahead of him at different positions. I think are bigger needs, but I mean I'm not too upset at all. Pretty good player for sure.
Jahad freaking
Let's
Campbell
go.
is your next Philadelphia Eagle. 6'3", 244, had 117 tackles last year, 11.5 for loss, 5 sacks, 2 forced fumbles, a pick. He's versatile, elite size, speed, athleticism. He was originally recruited as an edge rusher, transitioned to off-ball linebacker with Bama, and really took off. He can drop back in coverage. He can attack the passer, quarterback. He can be effective in multiple roles. Good coverage skills, good pass rusher, low missed tackle rate. In terms of areas for improvement, he needs to improve his instincts, block shedding, and just pass rush move set. But wow, I am stunned. Again, we talked about this last night on Discord. This move would shock me, not necessarily because I don't like the prospect, but more so moving away from the trenches. But the way the board fell, I'm good. I'm good. I'll throw it to you, Ryan. This is your boy. Go.
Oh, yeah. Honestly, I didn't think this was ever going to happen. Getting a linebacker in my lifetime in the first round literally happened in 1979 the last time. Wow. It was a big need for me. Obviously, the Eagles felt the same way. And, yeah, this dude he stood out for Bama. And Jesus, I can't even imagine him next to. Oh my gosh, I'm kind of speechless right now.
The combination of him and Zach Bond.
Yeah, thank you.
Really
Zach Bond
intriguing.
and him, and this way, Nakobe can kind of take his time and not rush and be who he's going to be, and do it the right way.
Look at that hit on Jackson Dart, by the way.
Seriously, yeah. Wait till that's going to be happening twice a year for the next 5 years.
Yep. I think that's the bittersweet thing with Nooms is like how bad is Nakobe Dean's injury. But David, what do you think about this selection?
I like the pick a lot. I am curious as to what it means for Nakobe Dean and his future with the team, though, and how serious the injury is. He is the only true linebacker I had rated as a first-round talent. I mean, he's fluid, agile, twitchy, has impressive burst. His acceleration to the ball is rare. He lays devastating hits. He will need to improve to maintain his lanes and anchor, but he has long arms, eliminates passing lanes. His recognition and awareness just equaled first-round traits to me. Versatile, excellent blitzer. He's a young version of Zach Bond from last year. Like the all-pro version of Zach Bond that you see, that's what this upside has. I mean, he definitely has those kind of traits and upside.
What about you, Shane?
Yeah, I mean, I like the pick. Assuming Will Campbell was not a guy that you're looking at there for medical reasons, which I think is probably the assumption here. Jahad Campbell's the guy that I would want there. I have had concerns about Nakobe Dean being able to come off of the injury, and I think the Eagles probably just told you what they think. The Eagles needed linebacker help, especially after letting Warren Burks go in the offseason. Like, you're looking at going into the season with Trotter Jr., who was a day 3 pick, going into his second year as a starter and nothing behind him. And in a draft where there's literally only one linebacker, the Eagles got him at 31. And it just completes the cycle for Howie of doing things he would never do, signing Saquon Barkley, paying a linebacker, now taking one in the first round. And I have the same trust in Fangio that I have in Stoutland. So just like we say in Stoutland, I trust with guys. In Fangio, I trust. If Fangio wanted this guy at 31, I think he's going to be really good for the Eagles.
Yeah, this screams like Vic Fangio, all top to bottom. What about you, Mark?
Yeah, I said it when the pick came out. It wouldn't have been my pick. I think he lacks a lot of off-ball linebacker instincts. I mean, Fangio's the right guy to kind of teach them to him for sure. But hell of an athlete, 9.87 relative athletic score. Definitely a freak athlete. Comes from the SEC. He was a 5-star high school prospect. Lots to like for sure. So I'm not upset by any means. Bad take by Mark. I had him 33rd overall. I'm just being honest. I think Will Johnson's a much better prospect. I would have rather a safety. I think that was a more pressing need.
Straight up in the second round.
Yeah, there's a lot of guys I still like on the board, so I don't even think they need to trade up. There's a ton of guys I still like on the board. I mean, Eagles Eric. I imagine you're not a doctor either. I'm definitely not. So I don't know. I'm talking about the football field. So Will Johnson would have been a dream for me. So but there's always going to be a guy who would have been a dream for you. So drafting the 33rd guy at 31 overall, it's about good value. It's fine.
Dude, this guy has upside to be a big-time Eagles fan.
Time out, though.
Yeah.
Eagles Eric saying Will Johnson dropping is awesome, but Campbell's an unreal prospect and him dropping means nothing. So that's what I'm saying. Like, why? That's all I point out and say.
I just know that I owe probably 20 people a backflip should the Eagles have ever taken a linebacker in the first round. So
next week on Birds of the Round Table, Ryan will be performing that backflip.
Well, watch me die live on air.
So
at least you'll die happy.
The intriguing part about Jahad Campbell again is what he can do in Vic Fangio's defense. Like, that's where things get really interesting because he can blitz off the edge. He's a good blitzer. He can drop back in coverage. Do you feel like he can start next to Zach Bond, David?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. And you're not taking him to not do that. He's 100% doing that. I mean, They wanted to take players who could immediately come in and help the team, and that's what they just drafted.
Yeah, it's really bittersweet. As a Nakobe Dean guy, I'm getting emotions because I'm excited, but on the other end, I know what this means going forward. And
You can't pay Nakobe Dean.
I can't, but like Trot Jr.
And
This is a big need for the Eagles, I think, because we saw how important Oren Burks was. Nakobe Dean, if you watch the Eagles mini movie, the first thing that jumped out from that thing was how much of a leader he was on this defense, not just on the field, but off the field. And losing him was, I think, an underrated loss. And Jahad Campbell from Alabama can come in with these Georgia boys and really bring the pain. Go ahead, Mark.
I will say, and again, I'm the lowest on the pick out of all of us, but what I will say is linebacker is an incredibly weak position this year in this draft. My linebacker 3 is Danny Stutzman, who some people have outside of the top 180 or whatever you want to say on PFF. And my linebacker 4 is I have him 56th overall. My linebacker 4 is all the way down at 86th overall with Demetrius Knight. This was probably your only chance at getting a guy who you could feel at all okay about starting next year at linebacker.
And on the flip side, when you look at like safety, and we're all bummed that Malachi Starks wasn't drafted, you've got Xavier Watts still there, Andrew Makuba still there, Kevin Winston still there in day 2. So we have Alante saying, what are the Eagles? What are the chances the Eagles view him as an edge rather than? I think that's the beauty of it, is he's going to give you a little bit of both in that odd even front. Any thoughts, Shane?
Sorry, say that one more time.
I think so. The question is, Alante says, what are the chances view him as an edge rather than a linebacker?
None at all.
Yeah. I think Zach Bond kind of gives you that threat as an odd front kind of dude that can step on the line, but also kind of be a chess piece for a defense that really puts quarterbacks in a blender.
I mean, you could walk him down in like a 6-1 front expecting the run because he's good at deconstructing blocks and things. And so you can do that. But as far as like just being a pure edge rusher, I think his pass rush moves are modest. They were bolstered by scheme. Like he's got some good reps on film, but he doesn't have like a lot of power and elite first step. Like he was good off of scheming things up, and you're going to be able to do that. Like I think he'll be like Eagles Eric's saying, I think he's going to be a good blitzer. He's not an edge rusher. He's an off-ball linebacker.
Yeah, I agree.
They just showed the war room. There wasn't a single person that didn't give Howie the fist bump.
There's no Tom Donahue
with enthusiasm.
Tom Donahue, Williams is great. Tom Donahue is probably right.
Lee McNeil is awesome.
Lee McNeil's really good. Like I will just say, a lot of people were dunking on Tom Donahue after this thing. I will just say that.
Eric says both Bond and Campbell can play edge. Winston would be a good pick. Hold on, let me do some comments. I'll throw D-Mark.
The Chiefs made a pick. Yeah.
Josh Simmons.
Oh, your boy, Mark.
Yeah, it's a great pick. That's an unbelievable pick. And they said that the medical's cleared. Everyone's freaking out about the Will Johnson knee thing. And yeah, that's what it's about. It's not new information though. His over-under was 26.5.
Yeah. All right. So let's throw it around the horn, do grades, and then we'll head out here. David, how would you grade the Eagles selection? Final thoughts, plugs, time's yours.
I think the fact that they didn't have to really give up a lot to move up to get the player that they obviously targeted. They gave up pick 164. They have 4 fifth-round picks there that they're always going to move around. I mean, I give it a solid B+ or an A. I mean, they wanted a contributor that could come onto the field day one, and that's what they got. And there are not many of those guys. Even Will Johnson, who I agree with Mark, probably, overall would be a lot of people's selections. I probably had him ranked higher as well, but you throw in some injury concerns with the guy. You don't know if he's going to be able to get on the field right away. Jahad Campbell is, and that was an important factor that they've done the past couple years. They've evaluated players who can contribute immediately. That's how Quinyon got on the field. That's how Jalen Hunt got on the field. Cooper DeJean got on the field. And they're just keeping the train rolling again with Jahad Campbell.
What about you, Ryan? How would you grade this pick?
For me, this is an A+. This was a position I never thought they would draft. This is a player that I had ranked a lot higher than 31. I always feel a little bit better when the Eagles are aggressive and they move up to get a guy that they like. That always just has a little bit extra, makes me feel a little bit better about it. And obviously I'm a big linebacker guy. I have been my entire life, and the fact that this is the first time I've seen one drafted in the first round says a lot, but it means I think he's going to be a special player, and I know he's an immediate jersey worthy purchase.
Eagles Eric says A+, M7M says C-, Antonio A+. Interesting. Mark, how would you grade? Did I get your grade?
No, B-. I'd say
Okay.
B-. I had him 33, took him 31. But again, I'm talking myself in with the linebacker class. Just being, if that was the position, maybe they viewed as the biggest need to get someone to play right away. Maybe it was. I kind of looked at safety. Maybe a little bit. It's a bigger need. Maybe you could argue corner. What I will say is I'm about as 1,000 times happier than I would have been if this was like Mason Taylor or Shamar Stewart. Like, there's a lot of guys who were very possible who I would have been a lot more upset with than my number 33 overall player. So I don't want to make it sound like I hate the guy or that I'm too negative whatsoever. And by the way, I love Nakobe Dean as much as anybody. I had that guy like top 10 overall in his draft. So I've always been a huge fan of him. But you cannot pay him long term and trust him to stay healthy at any level at this point going forward. So big fan. Wish him well. I hope he stays healthy elsewhere in the future. His Eagles tenure's done. So I do get needing to prioritize that position.
Yeah, that hurts, man. That hurts. I'm right there with you. We have a comment. What's higher than an A+? B+, A-. The Dean prognosis is not good. Eagles Eric says 75% chance of returning to pre-injury explosiveness for Dean. And we went through those emotions last year, man. It's real. It's real. Shane, how would you grade it?
Yeah, I mean, I'd give it an A. It is curious, you lose a starting cornerback, safety, edge rusher, and defensive tackle, and then you walk out of the first round with a linebacker. And so I'm curious to see how the pieces fit together on day 2, what the Eagles want to do there, because I think they're definitely going to want to walk out with a defensive line pick and a secondary pick. But I love Jahad Campbell. You're looking at a draft, like Mark said, where there's only one good linebacker, unless you're counting Jalen Walker as a linebacker and he's like edge linebacker hybrid. So setting that aside, there's one good linebacker. And the Eagles snagged him. And you're looking at a draft where we've all talked about it's a weaker draft. And so even the natural hesitation of like surplus value and it's a linebacker in the first round, some of that goes out the window when you're sitting at pick 31 in a draft that there's very few sure things. And I'm very confident Jahad Campbell is going to be a good NFL football player. And so maybe it's not the most important position, but I think the Eagles got a really good player. And I think the trade up to do it was nothing, and the defense got better. So curious to see what happens in day 2. But I like what they walked out with in day 1.
All right, let's throw it on the horn. Yes,
I'm pulling up his RAS chart. So when you get back to me, I'll have that ready for you for the comp.
Oh, it's nuts. It's nuts. David, plugs, final thoughts, best available prospects for day 2. Time's yours.
Since they didn't get a defensive tackle, I'll go TJ Sanders for tomorrow. The ones that we thought were in play, like Will Johnson, still would be amazing. The Eagles still have a lot of ammunition if they want to use it to move up. They did that a couple years. They've done that with Keely Ringo. They moved up to take him first on day 3. They moved up to get Cooper DeJean last year on day 2. So it is something that, definitely be in play for them. So I still think defensive tackle is the biggest need the team has. And TJ Sanders fits that role. And of course, tight end Mason Taylor, until he gets selected, he's going to be the darling of most people's eyes for the Eagles fans.
All right, TJ Sanders for David. What about you, Mark?
Can you throw that up on the screen there real fast? Because it's a funny comp that I had, and it's funnier now that he's an Eagle. But really, really similar. My comp for him was playoff Oren Burks, which we all agreed he was fantastic in the playoffs when he filled in there. So very funny that he compares so similarly to Oren Burks. But my dream guys are pretty much DBs, like Benjamin Morrison, Will Johnson, Xavier Watts, Nick Manwery, Darian Porter. Those would kind of be all the first names that pop in my head. Landon Jackson, Princely. You could throw those names out there. If they went O-line, maybe you go Wyatt Milam, Ursery, Tate Ratledge. Those are some names to throw out there.
What about you, Shane?
Yeah. If I'm thinking about guys I'd like to see the Eagles take tomorrow, it starts with Xavier Watts. Xavier Watts and Tate Ratledge are the top 2 guys for me. But then there's a lot of other guys that I like. I mean, Mark mentioned Princely Umanmielen. I really like Princely. Nick Scorton is still on the board. I like TJ Sanders. And so I think there's some good things that you could go do in the second round. But yeah, for me, I would love to see the Eagles reel in an Xavier Watts, Tate Ratledge combo tomorrow. I would be very, very happy.
Ryan.
Yeah. Yeah, just to say somebody different, I guess. Yeah, I think tight end needs to be heavily looked at.
Boo!
What?
I just want to keep Dallas Goedert, man. I'm sorry.
I do too.
I hate all these tight ends.
I hate all of them too, but I still want a tight end regardless. I want to keep Dallas, and I want to draft somebody. But I would still say, looking anywhere on the defense, honestly, interior, edge, safety, corner. Those are all spots that I still would love them to grab. So give me somebody like Princely. Give me somebody like trade up for Ezaraku. I'm fine with that now. And even your boy there, Swinson. So let's go for it.
All right, guys. Thank you, everyone, for watching. We're going to wrap this thing up. He is Ryan Reese at Philly Sports PSA. He is Shane Haff at Shane Haff NFL. Mark Henry at Mark Henry NFL. And David at PHL Eagle News. Thank you, everyone, for watching. We are over 4 hours, over 3,000 people watching. Please be sure to like, subscribe, all that kind of fun stuff. Tons and tons of Eagles draft content in the works coming very soon. For Ryan, for Shane, for Mark, for David, for myself, thanks for watching, guys. Stay awesome. Go Birds.